Good morning, everyone. Time check, 9 o'clock in the Philippines and 8 o'clock in Indonesia. May I know if you can hear me? Can you please do a thumbs up, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. So, we're about to begin our class. Sorry for the background noise. I hope it does not disturb you. That's going to end in a little while. First things first, we would like to congratulate Dr. Sari for being promoted as Dean of the Faculty of Business. So while she wanted to join us this morning session, she has to attend to a meeting for about 500 students because she has to arrange for an orientation with the parents. So later this afternoon, she's going to join us for this particular session. I'm very excited to have this session for today. We will have another great learning experience. At the moment, I have there are 16 students in the class, and I guess we are ready to begin. Would that be okay? So, are you ready to start our class session this morning? I hope
Yes,
so.
Prof.
Thank you
I'm
very
ready.
much, Winda.
Ready, Prof.
Thank you. And in the case that we will be having some technical problems, I would be requesting you to just please wait for a while. I hope we do not have a brownout here in the Philippines. I've been praying for that because recently we're having that, and I need to shift to mobile data just in case. So just please wait in case we have problems regarding that. Okay. Now, Desi, are you around? Desi? I'm still waiting for, let me check. Uh-huh. Okay. I am trying to get in touch with some of you who are, okay, I'm sorry for this. So Rawia is sick. Okay. And okay, so there are 2 students in the class who had to be on mandatory training, and one is not feeling well. But anyway, I have sent Dr. Sari all the materials that we need to discuss for this class session. So I would be requesting them to simply follow up the e-learning portal and read the instructions that are given to you. Okay? Now, technical check first. Am I coming loud and clear to you?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
Good.
In a little while, I am going to stop my video to ensure that this does not interfere with the presentation we're going to have. Okay. And I hope this works very well. Okay. Before we begin, we are going to first, hopefully we're going to figure this out. If you recall, just a very brief review of what we have gone through last meeting before we even begin. And I'd like to outline to you what will be covered for this particular session. We have a whole day again of learning experience and academic exchange. So I already mentioned I'm so excited about this. So last meeting we went through concepts of invention, innovation, and creativity and innovation. And we also discussed about how to build innovative organizations and what are the sources of innovation. Okay. And again, before we wound up last meeting, we were talking about what are your course requirements? So the first one was very, very simple, idea generation. Later on, as we discuss today's topic, you will realize that in many organizations, idea generation is very, very important to them. Okay? And for you, you were simply asked to see what needs to be improved and come up with your own idea. There's really no right or wrong answer about this. And the more generated ideas, the better it should be. Okay? Now, then number two, we have agreed last meeting that as a group, you're going to find a particular business or an enterprise that tried to innovatively introduce strategies that will make them resilient to the current pandemic. So it could be a creative marketing plan, an innovative strategy in order to survive the uh, negative impact of the COVID-19. I will no longer underscore how COVID-19 had impacted all of us, no, in all facets of our lives. We were really, really affected. So how did it affect a particular business? Okay. Now, as a group, Dr. Sari sent me the list of students for groups 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so we are going to make the presentation later in the afternoon after we have our lesson. So what you only need to submit again to the e-learning portal is the PowerPoint presentation that you have made for this afternoon session. Okay, that's a very straightforward requirement that I will be rating, including your presentation this afternoon. Okay, then for the major requirement, originally I thought it's going to be primarily on my topic, and Dr. Sari suggested, since you're going to do a case analysis report individually, we might as well use that as a requirement for your midterm examination. In short, you can choose any of the top cases that you come across that is worth analyzing in business and enterprise, and then write a case analysis and turn it into a report that has to be submitted for the equivalent of your midterm requirement. Okay? So that the deadline had been extended from September 12 to October. Dr. Sari will provide me with the deadline, but as we agreed upon, you're supposed to submit it on the week of the midterm examination. This will allow me to provide substantial time for reviewing your case analysis report. Again, all submissions have to be submitted in the e-learning portal so that Dr. Sari will send it to me as a folder so that it will be easy for me to read them as a bunch, one requirement, one folder. Okay, so that will be easy for me to open and then rate individually your submissions. Now, please do not submit to me through my Gmail. Okay, so if you understand that, thank you very much. I guess that clarifies what we are supposed to do. By the way, I have a copy of that revised. In fact, I provided you with sample of an annotated case analysis report, and then the requirements that you're supposed to comply with for the case analysis. So it's going to be about 10 to 15 pages. You have to encode it in A4 paper. And I showed you, you can have a choice of Times New Roman 12 or Arial 12 for your fonts. The rest, it's there in your course requirement that is revised. That is easy to follow, I guess. We already have discussed that for a while. So, what lies in store for us for this day? Okay. Today, we are going to discuss primarily, I'd like to start with Industrial Revolution 4.0. The reason for this is that we should have an understanding of why are we putting so much premium or importance to creativity and innovation. Can we simply set aside for that and focus on profit margins, for example, and focusing on our competition to make ourselves way ahead than the rest of the pack? Why innovation? Why creativity? Okay. Then I will discuss economic returns of innovation. That's for our fourth session, sorry. Then fifth session will be innovation through technology brokering and innovation network. In short, it's a discussion about the value of innovation network. We'll define it and what are the types of innovation network that is in existence today. And the the last topic that I'd like to discuss will be managing creativity. But before that, I'd like to introduce you first to value creation, the processes and the concepts that are related to it, so that you would have a better understanding why there is a need for us to manage creativity. Okay? So I guess the rest will simply follow. Feel free to actually ask questions. Raise your hand if you have questions, and we will try to answer your concerns or questions as we move along. Okay? So, are you ready? Are
Yes
you ready?
po.
Yes. Yes,
Ready.
ma'am. Ready, Prof.
Okay, good. So, before we begin, let us never underestimate the value of our role as individuals in an enterprise. The need for us to provide leadership in the enterprise is very, very important. And I'd like to briefly show you a video, hopefully this works, on a video that will work. Hopefully, I am looking at this and it is not found in my screen. Okay, wait a minute. Mhm. If not, they see, we will do the plan B.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, but if it works, then good.
Sure, Prof.
Okay. Do you have the leadership video?
Leadership. I check my folder.
Did you see it?
Wait. Oh, the simple truth of essence leadership, Prof. Do you mean that?
Yes. And did you have the video on NDMU?
Yes, also.
Thank you. Okay. I guess that will make our life simple. If you can please share your screen, Daisy, can we start with, because I already promised you that I'll say a little, or I'd like to show you about NDMU before we began last Saturday. Unfortunately, I was encountering some technical problem. So I emailed it to Desi. Can you please share your screen, Desi, for NDMU first?
Yeah, wait, Prof. Okay. Prof. Siva, do you please
Okay,
turn off your share screen?
let me see. Wait. Sorry. Okay,
Okay, I'm trying.
go.
Okay. Can everybody see the video?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, I can see it very clearly. Desi for sharing the video. Um, I would really be very disappointed if I don't say something about the university that I belong to, because NDMU and UMN has a 5-year cooperative agreement in terms of faculty exchange and research. So the component on faculty exchange, we're doing that as I teach MT 111, and I think two professors from UMN will be teaching in October for the graduate school in NDMU. And Dr. Sari and Dr. Jovi, that's the dean of the graduate school, have been discussing about the possibility of some of you having assistant mentors or supervisors for your research coming from NDMU. And hopefully, UMN and NDMU would also have collaborative researches rather, in the future. Our university was founded in 1947, and it is owned and managed by the Marist brothers of the school. So it's a private Catholic university that is located in southern Philippines. Coronadal City is in Mindanao, and therefore, in order to get to Indonesia, I need to fly from General Santos City to Manila. That's the major hub of airlines. And from Manila, I would fly to Jakarta. Okay, so it's a little bit of a distance, but with technology, we're able to bridge that particular distance, and I am very happy for that. Okay, now, before we begin, as particular warm up for what I supposed to be talking about for today, it is essential that in all the endeavors that we do, in business or even in our life in particular, leadership is very important. And what are the characteristics of leadership? Desi, can you please share the next video, please?
About the leadership, Prof?
Yes.
Okay. Wait.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, Desi. From the video, what struck you most? Can you share with us what struck you most, Satria, from the video that you have seen? What struck you most? What caught your attention
Mm.
from the video on leadership? The essence of leadership.
Leadership as a sample, someone who be a leader.
If you are a leader, what are some characteristics that you should take into consideration?
You have to be innovative with to bring your group or maybe your member.
Okay, innovation. Good. Agos, what struck you most in the video?
Hello. Hello, Prof.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think leadership is someone or executive can direct, guide, or influence the behavior and work of others toward to get specific goal in given situation.
Okay, good. Um, you should be able to adjust. You should be able to be flexible, and you are able to lead to others. Laksana, what struck you most in the video?
Yeah, it's a lot of good quote and poems in the slides. Yeah. My thinking is as a leader we have to be provide or give a good example rather than just give instructions to the team, yeah, or to the team members. Yeah. And a leader is have a lot of way thinking and way out for any issues or cases, yeah, and not uh, and have to make a decision also as well.
Okay, be decisive, focus, take action, um, prioritize what you need to do. Okay. Now, uh, in this course, you can actually be inundated with knowledge, how to develop your skills. But let us never forget that together with it goes the right attitude to the work that we are engaged in. So, values, for example, are important. Your customer service is not simply a department. It is actually the attitude, the way we deal with people. It is not commonly the last video, the last slide shows there. It People do not really care how much you know until they know how much you care for them. Okay. With that in note, I think we are now ready to begin with our session. So every time we talk about information, knowledge, how to develop your skills, we have to remember that people are involved here. And the heart goes with the hand and the head. And values formation is very important, and we should put it there as also an important or integral part of the system for our corporation or company. Okay, so let's start with our first session. Okay, so why am I sharing the fourth industrial revolution? Because the things that we're doing today is really based on the fact that we need to be part of the fourth industrial revolution. So first things first, what is it all about? When we talk about fourth industrial revolution, what is it in the first place? Okay, now, so that's the first question we need to answer. So oftentimes when there are major changes, for example, in industry, economy, Okay, the way we work, the way we buy and sell things, or there is a major change or major changes in the way we travel from point A to point B. I know you have tremendous onslaught of different means of transportation that we never have thought would happen in our lifetime. Then, of course, we have society. Okay? So the way we live is affected by it. Okay? So when that happens, what is the result? It's usually the new ways of thinking. And of course, in the process of talking about the new ways of thinking and doing, a new technology or new technologies come into place. And this cause the changes to happen or to take place. Okay? So, how many industrial revolution did we have so far? How many? Make a good guess. Gani, how many so far? Gani, can you remember? We have actually,
Yes, ma'am. But
how many industrial revolutions that we had so far?
we have 4 generations.
Okay, that's including this industrial revolution. So far we have 3, right? And now we are starting number 4. Why? Because I already mentioned it has changed the way we work, buy and sell things, the way we travel, the way we live. Okay? So now we are in the 4th industrial revolution. Let's take a little review first. The first industrial revolution around the 1800, no, started around 1800, was actually based on the introduction of mechanical production of equipment that usually is powered by water and steam. Okay, steam of course is still gaseous water. Okay, so the first mechanical loom was used in 1784. Okay, so that was the time when we mechanized production of our goods and of course commodities. And then comes the second industrial revolution, which is based on this time, while it is already mechanized, it was not yet mass produced. So the second industrial revolution was the mass production, which was achieved by division of labor and the use of electrical energy. So at that time, we already used electrical energy for production. So the first conveyor belt was used in the Cincinnati slaughterhouse in 1870. Okay. Now, there was a third industrial revolution, by the way. And this happened when we use electronics and information technology to further automate our production. And this was the first programmable logic controller, or we commonly call it PLC, Modicon 084, was used in 1969, fairly recent. So it was 40 years before the end of the 20th century only. Okay. And then we are now in the 4th industrial revolution, which is based on the use of cyber or physical systems that connects one system to another. So from today until probably I don't know how many years more, but take a look at the timeline at the bottom. From 1800, literally, that's about 250 years ago, when we did have industrial revolution. And you notice the gap between the first, second, third, and fourth industrial revolution is getting narrower and narrower. In short, there is a vast changing world that we are in and becomes volatile, uncertain, it becomes more complicated. Okay. Now, the timeline simply reveals that in our lifetime, for all we know, there may be a fifth industrial revolution coming in. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the fourth industrial revolution. So what is really happening? Different technologies are coming together. We already know that, of course. So in short, the term convergence is well understood by many of us. This is actually bringing different areas together so that from the physical, digital, and biological aspects, they're coming together in order to affect both our social and economic sectors. And I already pointed out what are these that are being greatly affected by the changes that is happening now. So the way we live, the way we travel, the way we work and buy and sell things. So what is really happening today? There are different technologies that are coming together and bring different areas together as well. So, for example, new products and services are actually being introduced with increased efficiency. They are working better and faster. Okay. And of course, the result of this is for a better life that we are enjoying today. For example, you can order a taxi without waiting at the curb for how many minutes under the heat of the sun or under the rain. You can simply order a taxi for Uber or Grab. Or probably you can easily book an accommodation. So when I travel abroad, I either use Agoda or Airbnb. I don't have to worry about coming to a hotel, for example, in Kuala Lumpur, and then find out that it is already fully booked, no? Because I have already booked in advance. It is so convenient, believe me. So, what else? Of course, we can buy goods online. And this is a premium today, considering that we are experiencing the pandemic and we are limited in terms of our moving around. Buying online becomes a premium. We can pay bills online. We do not have to endure long lines in the water concessionaire or electricity or telephone or even banks. And then we can learn online. I will not underscore that anymore. We are doing it now. We can listen to music. Okay, I'm sure you have a subscription to one of or several sources of music, Spotify and the others. You can watch a film. Okay, you don't have to have your Betamax or your uh, DVD anymore. You can do it by demand through Netflix or any of the film service providers. And then, of course, since we cannot go out, you can do online games. Okay, so it does not limit ourselves because in terms of time and space, these are all readily available for all of us. Okay, so being developed or new on the market, okay, are the following. These are still under development or uh, some of them have already been developed into products but not widely marketed yet. You're quite familiar with robotics, and robotics have already been used in some of our assembly lines. And coming up would be the self-driving cars. This will be a dream come true for me, considering that I am a hopeless driver. Okay, so I hope that the artificial intelligence will be set in so that I can drive a car without necessarily having to do it myself. Then, of course, you have others, virtual reality, 3D printing, okay? um, Then, of course, IoT, the Internet of Things, which will systematize different systems together. Quantum computing, which will make computing almost the split of a second. And then, of course, metadata and analytics. No? So that introduces us to blockchains. And then bioengineering is moving fast forward, digital currencies, and of course, many more. Okay, so we are looking forward to all of this in the near future. Okay, before we know it, they are already right smack on our faces, and we will be using them as our part of our day-to-day experience. Now, of course, in any event like this, there would be advantageous aspects, and of course, disadvantages. So the pluses and the minuses of this are, um, as we see, for example, with the fourth industrial revolution, connection will really be very easy. And of course, efficiency. We already mentioned that a while ago. And all of this would actually lead to the improvement on the way we live, and it offers new opportunities for all of us. Okay. Now, how about the risk? Possible disadvantages for this. Now, there are still areas, people that are unable to change. Change is not that easy. So while we say change is good, but you can go first, because many people will still resist change. And then it could be possible that people are not yet ready for all of this. Okay. And of course, when they are not yet ready, they may not be as skilled as we expect them to be. The competency level may be quite low. Even the use of ICT, for example, there are still a segment of our society who actually do not use any of our mobile gadgets, for example. Okay. Then what else? Um, a large chunk of the population of the world who are in the depressed, underserved areas will not be able to capture the benefit of the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, so people from Africa, the rural areas in Asia and Latin America, these are people who may not be able to share the benefit that many of us are enjoying today. And then, of course, the inequality may grow. The inequality between the life of the people in urban centers and rural centers. And of course, this also includes the gap between the rich and the poor, as we already know, would more likely would happen. Now, the fourth industrial revolution can be disruptive. Okay, so you have disruptive technology, especially if the change is so rapid that you have to make adjustments very quickly. And if you don't, you will be left behind. And therefore, it can affect everyone and everything. Okay, so for example, all industries are being impacted by this disruption. So we have to consider, for example, that there should be focus on developing skills of people. When we talk about fourth industrial revolution, this is not as if we are already for this. We still have to develop skills of the people. Okay, and what else? Based on partnership, and of course across all stakeholders, because in industry, unlike before, the third and the second and the first industrial revolution, industries can survive on their own. In fact, it's more competing with one another. Now, with the fourth industrial revolution, when there is greater convergence, you have to create partnership across all stakeholders. Okay, So that means to say, let's focus first on the skills that are required by the people. Normally, this is influenced by curriculum, by approaches to teaching and learning, and new skills and competencies are required. In education, for example, even from the elementary to the tertiary, even to the graduate school, we literally rehauled the entire curriculum in order to train our students to be educated in the 21st century skills. I am sure the Department of Education in Indonesia and the rest of the world have done that. We actually changed or shifted to K to 12 framework to ensure that our basic education would be at par with the tertiary education and the graduate school with other ASEAN countries. No? So PQI, no, that's the quality inventories, had been done to ensure that the following critical thinking skills are developed. Okay, communication, collaboration and teamwork, complex problem solving, creativity, EI, emotional intelligence, global awareness, financial, economic, business, and entrepreneurial literacy, civic literacy, health literacy, environmental, computational thinking, judgment and decision making, and of course, service orientation, and many more. No, there's really a framework for the 21st century skill that we are in the field of education required to develop among our learners. So from the very young age to as far as the graduate school. In fact, if you notice, your curriculum at UMN had been revised to be very, very responsive to the latest development of the fourth industrial revolution. So why are you taking MT111? Okay? Value creation and innovation management to respond to Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay, take a look at this. For a single day chart at Silicon Valley, or Silicon Valley, yeah, that's right. The average number of searches per day on Google had tremendously increased. Okay, since 2011, the largest growth year in the search query in terms of the volume, and is continually increasing. So there are about more than 3 billion searches per day on Google. In fact, I am a baby boomer. Okay, when we say baby boomer, who are you? I was born in the 1950s. And I am glad that somehow I went through the 20th or the third industrial revolution. In fact, the second industrial revolution to the third and to the fourth within my lifetime. Wow, no? Perhaps the technology that you're enjoying now, you can easily take for granted because you were born with it. But in my case, I was not. No? When I was born, there was no technology. So when I was studying, for example, in the elementary grades, it's simply books, and the books are very, very scarce. We were so dependent on the teacher. When I went to the university, there was no calculator. So we did everything by hand. I do not know if you remember the use of slide rules, no? But the slide rule now, I guess, I was trying to look for my slide rule, by the way, because I wanted to donate it in the museum because you cannot see that anymore. And when I was about to master it, upon graduation, the first um, the first calculator came out. No, only 4 functions: multiplication, addition, subtraction, and division. But I was really so happy that I don't have to do it mentally. So I was good at it. There was no computer. So I finished my master's degree at the top university here in the Philippines, the University of the Philippines, using a typewriter. My thesis, happily, was then typed in an electric typewriter. Okay, but there was no computer when I got my PhD. I was about to graduate when the first CPU came out. So that my dissertation in my PhD science education major in chemistry was already encoded in the computer and was printed through that matrix. Now, do not dream of laser computer then. So how did we communicate? Of course, by telephone. And telephone is very rare, only in big cities in the Philippines. So today, I often ask myself, what did I do to study without Google? Okay, I cannot imagine. But that was life then, and we had no choice. So can you imagine how life has tremendously changed in my case? By the way, I am a personal witness as to dramatic exchange of information in the 21st century. And I am a better person to appreciate that because I was born with no technology on my hands. Yours probably, when you were born, there was already the mobile phone. Today, when a baby is born, the first words that probably he would ask himself or the family members would be, what is our password here at home? Okay, so he can play with a computer. Okay. Now, so leadership in the fourth industrial revolution will be defined by the ability to rapidly, rapidly align and engage empowered, networked teams with clarity of purpose and fierce resolve to win. Wow, no? So this is very, very important. Okay, now there are 7 forerunners in the world to the first industrial revolution. Take a look at this. The Scandinavian countries are leading the pack. Finland, Switzerland, Sweden. Then you have Israel, Singapore, Netherlands, and the United States. Okay. Now, by the way, Zoom, the technical support of Zoom for Asia is in Singapore. Okay. So they are generating economic impact from investments that they have done in ICTs. So according to the World Economic Forum. Okay. So according to Gary Coleman, the fourth industrial revolution is still in its nascent state, meaning it's just beginning. Okay, it's still new, but with the swift pace of change and disruption to business and society, the time to join is now. Okay, so there is no way we can simply ignore it. Okay, we cannot possibly say I'm burying my head on the sand and forgetting about the fourth industrial revolution. To be able to catch up, businesses and even entire societies has to join in. Okay. Now, we need to understand the system before you can join in. For nearly a decade, we have been talking about opportunities technology can give us. And that is to unlock effective citizen service delivery, to enhance customer experience, and to bring about innovative solutions to problems that we are facing today. And of course, all of this underscores a better life for all of us. Now, a number of things were not yet known at the time, okay? And more importantly, the societal aspects was largely missed when the fourth industrial revolution came in. So today, addressing youth unemployment and harnessing human innovation forms part of the whole. Because when it hit us, we were not exactly prepared for it. So many things are left unknown for most of us. And then the impact of all of this to society had not yet fully been discussed. Okay, so suddenly we have to deal with a lot of issues that otherwise were not really challenges in the third industrial revolution. Okay. Some threats and opportunities. Of course, the increase of mobile and internet use comes with its own threat. Problems such as cybersecurity, which was totally unknown before, became a massive global problem. So we need the e-skills to combat cybersecurity problems. I guess you're quite familiar about identity theft, a fraud, for example, bullying on the internet, the threat to your individual security are there. No. Before, it was non-existent. And cyber security actually would require organizations to protect themselves. And that includes customer data, assets and reputation, and also fundamental to the success of digital transformation is for us to be able to handle cyber security. How sure are you, for example, that when you buy goods online and you're paying by credit card, nobody is actually trying to access your security code via your um, online transactions, no? Because you're just simply using a set of codes that is provided for in your online data. Okay, so very, very scary. Okay. So digital skills enable services growth. Service industries require digital skills as, of course, part of their transition. So its population should grow from low skill and low paying jobs to high skill and high paying jobs. Okay. So, according to Klaus Schwab, founder and CEO of the World Economic Forum, we must develop a comprehensive, globally shared view of how technology is affecting our lives, reshaping our economy, social, cultural, and human environments. So, well said. Okay. In fact, the World Economic Forum is commonly our very important source of information regarding Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay. Any question? Any question so far regarding IR 4.0? Any question? I put it in a nutshell. You can read the complete presentation on the link that I have provided for you. Do you have any question regarding the fourth industrial revolution? You will have a better understanding and appreciation of this when we follow up in the next session that we have. Do you have any question? So far, none. Very good. Okay, so can I move now to the next topic that we have, because it's also quite lengthy. I'm just introducing to you the underpinning of the topics that we have to be discussing for today. Okay. So we're now looking at the economic return of innovation. Probably you may be wondering, if we innovate, how much will we be getting out of it? Are we earning? Are we not? Okay. I will not be talking about financial analysis. We're not going to discuss about the economics of it in terms of mathematical sense, but let's take a look at value creation from the standpoint of return on investment. Okay, so before we even discuss returns to innovation, let's take a look first at entrepreneurship and new firms, innovation and the firms that are involved in it, markets and the innovation connected to it, and the like, before we even talk about returns on investment. Okay. So there are some basic questions when we talk about entrepreneurship and new firms. So we're looking into inventors. What do they do? The entrepreneurs, what role do they play? And the society's capacity to be entrepreneurial. Does it differ across time and place? Okay. How about larger firms? Are they entrepreneurial? Okay. There are two routes for innovation, by the way. You can actually consider individual versus team based on organized R&D. By the way, you may be wondering, what is R&D? We will be discussing them again and again. That's research and development. So when we talk about innovation, you normally have a process to do that. And in order to do that, you do R&D. Okay. Now, so when we discuss about innovation and companies or firms, okay, uh, we have reasons, we have to be very sure about reasons to innovate. Okay. So based on economics literature, commonly, the motive why we are innovating is it maximizes current and future profits. Underscore profits. So that research and development is actually an investment that we are looking for, we are investing in order to yield future returns. So for a pharmaceutical industry, for example, to develop a drug, okay, they have to invest huge sum of money to be able to develop perhaps one single drug, okay, out of the many possibilities. Then you need management literature. Based on management literature, what are the reasons why we are innovating? To ensure survival of the firm. Okay. From the manager's point of view, you have to survive in order to be in the business for a long time. You need to innovate, or else you will be left behind. And of course, you want to increase your market share, considering that there are several markets that you need to tap, but you need to innovate to get that segment of the market share that you want to get. And bottom to that would be to satisfy the customers. Okay. Satisfaction of your customer is a premium, particularly when you're in business. And then you need to make a choice. Are you simply a follower of this, or you want to be the leader of the pack? And of course, there's no question about that. Most businesses would target to become leaders in their field of business. Okay, so they keep on innovating. So motive would be profit, of course, survival of the firm, increasing market share, customer satisfaction, and you would like to be the leader of the pack in terms of that particular product. Okay. Okay. So, in terms of markets and innovation, there are a few things that we need to take a look into. Let's take a look at creative distraction. Okay. Wow, there's such a thing as creative distraction, which was a term coined by Schumpeter, and it says innovation creates profits for owners, but also destroys profits in other firms. Wait a minute. Let's dissect this. This seems to be quite interesting to talk about. Okay. So, creative distraction. What is your understanding of this? Can we hear from Winda? Winda, can we hear from you, please?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. What do you understand about creative distraction?
Creative distraction.
Can you give example of that?
Maybe it's the ability of creative thinking um, to destroy something old.
Something, you destroy something. It says here, uh, an innovation can create profit for the owner who was innovative, but it can also destroy profit in other firms. Can you give an example of that in terms of a real business situation?
Maybe the example is the case of PayPal.
Okay, go ahead.
So they, yeah, as we know that PayPal created a new way of uh, payment transfer.
Okay.
So
Then what did it destroy?
So in the beginning of the development of PayPal, they give a huge benefit for eBay seller. So before PayPal, eBay seller need to cash transfer through like uh, maybe like uh, Western Union or other old school way of payments. But when PayPal created, they just need to transfer the payment through PayPal.
Good. Okay. Good example. What else? Can we hear another one? Can we have Maya? Maya, are you around? Maya,
I'm sorry,
go
Prof.
ahead. Go
I have
ahead.
unstable connection. I can't hear
Okay.
you properly.
Okay. It's okay. Can you hear me now, Maya?
It's still choppy on my side. Hello, Prof.
Okay. Okay. Just stay put. We'll get back to you later on. Adelbertos? Adelbertos,
Yes, ma'am.
are you, what's creative destruction?
For me, I think it's some innovations can create a solution and but destroy another business. For the examples is like Uber and Grab is create solution for us to traveling from other place, but it's destroy a taxi business, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Classic example.
Yes.
You want to communicate with your parents before. What I did was to write a letter, drop it in the post office. And it takes about a month for them to receive it when I was in Manila. And when I say, how are you? And I would get a response a month again later to let me know that they are all right. That's a month almost. You will be lucky if it's 20 days because I have to make sure you when you mail a letter, it travels either by boat, no, by bus or by train. Okay. And it's a physical piece of paper that it has to be carried. Now, of course, you don't even have to worry. Even if you have relatives in Germany, in the US, anywhere part of the world, you get to know what is happening to them on a daily basis on live situations. Okay. So, what happened was the mobile industry literally put out of business the telegram. You remember telegram? I don't think you
Yes,
had that
sir.
in your time.
Yes, ma'am.
The snail mail, we call that snail mail, but it's actually a postal mail service. So many other industries and firms were actually put out of business because of an innovation. Then we have dynamic competition. Okay, let's dissect this. Characteristics of innovative market where the entry of new products and firms and usually the exit of unsuccessful one. Okay, and this is always the process that is happening when you have competition. And every industry will commonly ensure that they are not edged out of the market, or else you become unsuccessful, no, as new products and industry come in. For example, we used to go to a rental store to borrow DVD, right? So there were really several DVD rental stores in the city where I live. And then when digital technology came in, the businesses were actually closed because there's a new competitor that is better and more efficient. And of course, distortions will happen. So this is possible if there are too few entrepreneurs or too many new firms that eventually fail. And of course, there are also the barriers to entry that exist. So distortions in the market can actually happen when there are too many or too few entrepreneurs. No? And then the barriers to the entry may actually exist. And this is really happening in the uh, business and industry today. For example, businesses that have their own spaces where you have to go, restaurants, malls, or stores, they have huge places that are open to business. Here comes the pandemic. Okay. Now, many of them had to close down because fewer people are allowed to get there, or possibly because of the fear of the spread of the disease, they cannot go there. So what happens is online business was actually born to the max. So that in the Philippines, a number of about 7,000 different online businesses were opened. Unfortunately, many of them are not licensed to conduct business, but these were born because of the distortion that had happened primarily because of the pandemic. Okay, so they were very innovative. Okay, delivery service, food service, anything that would be provided to people who have to stay home most of the time. And there was an opportunity, but at the same time, it also created a distortion in the businesses. Okay. And then, of course, wait a minute. Okay, so dynamic processes of competition can always be imperfect. There is no such thing as perfect process. So new companies or firms may be unable to gain access to finance, skilled labor, technology, or information. And in this case, this leads usually to a very high failure rate by new firms, usually forcing innovative products out of the market. Okay. Now, incumbent firms may attempt to prevent new firms from entering using large-scale R&D or large-scale research and development, so that existing or incumbent firms may innovate infrequently due to lack of profitability from the innovation. So, in dynamic competition, for example, uh, there are the pluses and the negative sides of it. Okay, because you have to consider other factors. So if you put up a business, for example, you may have difficulty in terms of financing, how to look for skilled labor, the technology that you need to use, or the information that is very vital to your organization. And because of this, even if you have an innovative product, uh, this innovative product may not find its way to commercial production because of the firm not being able to create the product due to the factors that I have just mentioned. So there is also the possibility that existing firms may prevent other firms to put up their new businesses. Okay. To ensure being able to do that, they're doing a very fast or large scale research and development to edge out the competition out of business. So incumbent firms may innovate infrequently also, and this probably would lead to a lack of profitability. I remember when the first time mobile technology came in, Nokia, uh, I think we still have brands of Nokia mobile phones, was leading the pack, particularly here in the Philippines. So when you buy a phone, commonly it's Nokia brand. No, the best phones in the market is Nokia. Then suddenly, all other firms try to innovate, better features, much cheaper price, and of course, what the customer likes, they provide. And little by little, Nokia was edged out of the market. Now, why? Because of dynamic competition. You have to remember they are all mobile technology. Okay, so probably for most of you, um, I cannot forgot what was the leading brand of mobile phone 5 years ago in Indonesia that literally everybody has it. Can you remember? What was the leading brand in Indonesia 4 to 5 years ago?
Samsung, Prof. 5 years ago, yeah.
Much earlier than Samsung.
BlackBerry, Prof.
BlackBerry.
Yes, you're right. BlackBerry. Everybody had it. So we were amazed at it when I was there in Indonesia to attend a UNESCO conference. Many of the Indonesians were having a BlackBerry, and you are in the in thing. So where is the BlackBerry now? I mean, just to give you a classic example, how dynamic competition can edge others out of business. Okay. Or they have to innovate. Okay. Now, question. Does competition generate optimal number of products? Let's dissect this. Does competition generate optimal number of products? Let's take a look at business stealing effect. What do you mean by business stealing effect? New firms ignore loss of profit by the incumbents. So the result, you have too many products of the same kind. Okay. Can you give me an example of business stealing effect? When new firms simply ignore the loss of profit by the incumbents, they still continue to produce the same products. And you can actually literally flood the market. Can you give me an example of that? Anyone? Desi, can you give me an example of that?
Sorry, Prof.
Can you give me an example of business stealing effect?
I still don't have any idea, Prof.
Okay. Anyone? How about from our gentleman? Michael. Michael?
Prof.
Okay. What do you mean by business stealing effect?
Maybe the business who copy and modify their business so they can much more successful than the
Okay.
old
Can,
one.
can you imagine in Indonesia, for example, a particular product that are simply too many in terms of variety, sizes, color, etc.
Can
Can you um, imagine, or can you give us an example of that?
I don't know yet, sir. I don't
Okay,
know yet.
for
Sorry.
example, uh, can you imagine if you go to the grocery
Uh,
store? Can you imagine go to the section for soaps and detergents? Soaps and detergents.
yeah.
Uh, can you actually see so many uh, varieties of soaps and detergents coming from different brands, different kinds, from the differences in terms of scents, okay, for washing machine and for hand washing, powder, or you want bar, for example, does it contain antibacterial? Is it very good to your hands? So it contains a moisturizer to that effect, and so on and so forth. So that what happened? It's just simply that since it is a natural commodity that we use on a daily basis, businesses will put up all sorts of varieties, no? Just simply by making a difference on a particular aspect of the product. What happens? Ang result, too many. No? Uh, One term that we use for business stealing is the copying effect. Okay? You simply copy the same product and then you just add on a certain new aspect that makes yours different. Sometimes the difference is only in the packaging, no, and the form of the product that you are offering. Okay. And then you have another effect, appropriability effect. Appropriability from the word appropriate effect. So that you can have firms or industries that cannot appropriate all consumer surplus. So result, too few products. Okay. So when you're talking about appropriability effect, it is possible when industries or firms cannot provide for the many demands by the consumers. Why? Because there are simply too few products. Now, it could be possible that there are several factors that will govern to this. Okay. Grew so fast, for example, that many uh, of the many of the products that were produced were gobbled up or bought immediately, so that of course the price are relatively high. Okay, so later on, as many firms produce more and more mobile phones, the pricing leveled off. No. Why? Because you have now more products to be appropriated to all the consumers. When we had the lockdown, we had a problem on access to face mask and face shields. Reason, the firms are not able to produce as many face masks and as many face shields and personal protective gear for our hospital workers. Result, a higher demand but too few products. In fact, there are already companies that have to be appropriated in order to focus their attention in the production of face masks and face shield and PEPs for our health workers. Then you have the spillover effect. What do you mean by spillover effects? New products demonstrate knowledge to other firms. Result, again, too few products. When you say spillover, the term spillover is what? What do you mean by spillover? Overflow. Okay. So when the product is actually produced, no? And you usually have in the production line, um, these actually may be new for others. And companies actually are just getting to learn how to produce the product. So even if knowledge is there on the production of this particular product, the product is not yet primarily in the market in large quantities. In short, you have too few products that are produced in the process. Okay. Uh, you have to remember that these effects, no matter what we are looking at, actually affects competition in order to be able to generate the best appropriate number of products. Of course, when you say optimal number of products, you are looking at the number of production which is equal or almost equal to the consumers of that particular product. So, does competition generate optimal number of products? Well, that depends. Okay. We hope that competition can even up the marketplace. In short, if there are a few products, because of competitive edge, they tend to produce more, and therefore the few products in the market would increase. Now, with competition, of course, the downside is you can produce too many products as well, which is, of course, flooding the market and may possibly cause failure of other businesses, because those who are not at par in terms of customer satisfaction will wind up, no, will wind up failing in the market. Okay, I guess you are very familiar with this. So, what then is the importance of market power? Aha, we are actually looking at Schumpeter's first hypothesis. According to him, firms with larger market shares should innovate more. Why? Because they give more certainty about recouping returns to R&D once innovation occurs. What do we mean by this? Big companies with large number of customers, according to Schumpeter, are more or less given, no, the responsibility of doing more in terms of innovation. In short, they should do more R&D. No? Why? Because they are the ones who more likely have to have the finance, the competencies of the people are there. They have the partnership with others that are relatively easy to deal with, and therefore they would more likely have greater market power. Okay. Now, it also implies more current profits to finance the expenditures of R&D. Why? Because R&D is an investment, and you cannot be too sure about the return on investment. So the larger the company is, the more profits they probably have that they can plow back to R&D. If you are a small business enterprise, common sense will tell you have very little funds for research and development. So this particular hypothesis has led to substantial theoretical and empirical work on the relationship between market structure, competition, and innovation. The three are essentially interconnected, meaning they are related to one another. Okay, and possible that there is an inverted U-shaped relationship. Okay, I'll show the U-shape in the next slide. But economists cannot yet identify the optimal degree of competition in order for continual market power. Okay, you can only predict to a certain extent. Let me show you first the U shape. Okay. Oh, sorry. Here it goes. According to this, the inverted U-shaped between innovation and competition. On the vertical axis, going up is the amount of innovation. Okay? And then the horizontal axis is the competitive intensity, okay, of the company. Okay. Now, you see the C, no, with an asterisk sign at the middle, which is the height of the curve, which is U-shaped. Okay. So what does that tell you? What does it tell you? There is a particular point in the curve, okay, as you can see, that should be the optimum level that you can possibly tolerate in terms of the innovation that you should invest in and the competition that you will be facing in the market. Okay, so to the point that the competitive intensity as you move towards the left-hand side of the curve actually decreases because it's a curve. Okay, and there is only a certain point of you being able to be innovative, which is somewhere here at the middle, where your asterisk here is at the middle, okay, where you reach a point of the innovative process that is good for competition. Otherwise, you go down, okay, in terms of your competitive intensity. Okay, so it cannot be limitless according to Scompeter. You reach an optimal point of the curve that you can innovate so much to be competitive. You can to be competitive enough to get your market share in the industry or the product that you produce. Okay. Now, there is Scompeter's second hypothesis that larger firms should innovate more. And the large size implies that many of these large companies can easily diversify in R&D. But they also have to face risk and the ability to finance the R&D. Okay, so based on literature or empirical evidence on the second hypothesis, there is a mixed information that we can possibly get. No? They are not exactly the same in terms of the way they look at things. Accordingly, large-scale firms are more likely to do R&D or be IP active. What is meant by IP active? Intellectual property active, meaning they can actually have several products under their intellectual property rights. Okay. Probably they bought it somewhere else or they were the result of their own R&D. But according to evidence as well, smaller firms that are R&D or IP active have higher intensities of such activities. Obviously, there is a mix opposing, not really very clear in terms of Schumpeter's hypothesis number 2. Because while we expect larger firms to be more innovative, it does not mean to say that smaller firms are less in terms of their R&D. In fact, according to evidence, there are smaller firms that are very active in their R&D because they have smaller staff or personnel that are creative enough to do it, and they are more active in terms of this particular process. But of course, as expected, because larger firms would have market power, they have more finance sources, then they should be more active in their R&D. Okay. Now, let's take a look at what is shared to us by the economics frontier. Okay. There are different types of returns to investment. By the way, let us clarify first. What do you mean by returns to investment? When you say returns to investment, what do we mean? Dara? Dara? In your own words, what do we mean when we say returns to investment? Dara, go ahead. Are you around? Or, okay. If we cannot hear Dara, Claudia,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, go ahead. Loud and clear. We can hear you. What do you mean by returns to investment? When we say returns to investment, it means what?
I think it's the ratio between the profit and the cost investment to evaluate the efficiency of wait. I think when the R&D developing in something and it creates a profit, then it will the revenue will get back into the investation, I think.
Okay, so you got it. So when you say returns to investment, when you spend, for example, time, money, and resources to a particular activity, you expect that whatever you spend to that particular activity or process, that would return back to you in some forms, which can either spell out, for example, economic, which is the one that you are hoping for. And of course, it can also be social return to your investment. We will be discussing that in a little while. So when you talk about returns on investment, you're actually referring to what comes back to you. No? So if you spend something, you are expecting that there is something that you will get back. Okay. So if you spend time and resources, it's also the same. You are expecting that there will be something that will come back to you by spending your money or resources or time on something. So there are several types of investment. Okay. The most common one would be the R&D investment, the research and development investment. So you want to develop a product, you want to have an improvement of the product, you do R&D. You want to innovate, to create something, you have to do R&D. Okay? So now, how do we look at the return on investment? You should have a unit of analysis. What are we referring to? No? Are we referring to the firm level, meaning at the level of the organization, the company, the business? Okay. Or are we looking at the entire industry? For example, the industry of the mobile phone, the industry of television, or the industry of film. Okay, so are we looking at that regardless of individual organizations or business? It's the entire industry itself. And then, of course, at the national level, what is it for the Philippines? What is it for Indonesia, for example? You mean to say when we talk about ROI, we're not only referring to the firm itself. Actually, the answer is yes. That depends on what unit of analysis are you looking into. Okay. Not only for the one firm, but for the entire industry itself. And of course, the social returns to the firm's R&D spending. When you say social returns, what are the advantages, for example, for the use of the product that you're coming in? For example, I mentioned already to you, I used to write a letter and it takes a month before it comes back to me. But with mobile phones, I can easily contact family members who are far or even near to me. Okay, you can actually call your family member in the other room, so you don't have to knock at the door. Okay, so these are advantages for better way of life of people or the entire industry itself. Okay, so that's social return, which is quite difficult to put a cap on in terms of how much money that we're looking at. Because if you're talking about money, it is easily computed, but social returns is difficult to measure. No? How do you measure a better way of life? Oh my God, it's very difficult to put a price on, right? At the national level, private returns to national R&D spending is actually connected with social returns to industry of R&D spending and of course a wider public good benefit for the R&D spending, so that the country, for example, is propelled to development and progress because of the result of R&D investment of companies. No? The way of life of the people in an entire country is improved. For example, the mechanization of construction have greatly improved infrastructure building in many of the countries. The digitization greatly improved communication in the entire country. Okay, so these are at the national level, not only at the industry level. Okay, now of course another type of investment that we need to look into would be the total intangible investment. Wait a minute, when we say intangible, what do we mean?
Non-physical, non-physical.
Non-physical, you cannot see it, you cannot put a handle on it. It's not as if you're holding onto something, but it is still important. Okay, so total intangible investment refers to the science itself and the innovation itself. Okay, what new ideas you create would be useful for everybody else. Now, you cannot put a price tag to that, of course, okay? So, private returns to firms' intangible spending is at the firm level, okay? When you say intangible spending, you can actually talk about, one, the collaboration that was entailed by many different people who put in together their brilliant minds in order to come up with a product. So how much is that? Very difficult to say. Okay. The time spent, probably 24/7 for many of the researchers who want to look for the vaccine for COVID-19. You cannot put a price tag to that, right? These are intangible spending that more likely cannot be paid for by money. Then you have at the industry level, so private returns to industry in terms of intangible spending and the social returns to firms' intangible spending. Can you imagine? Of course, you already expect that. Can you imagine the first forerunner company that comes up with the COVID-19 vaccine? Everybody will be scrambling for the market and get to be vaccinated first. So at the industry level, the race is on actually. And the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the medical laboratories have actually put in so much intangible investment rather to the development of COVID-19 vaccine. In fact, I already mentioned Seneca Astra, for example, who is leading the pack at the Western world. Of course, there's Sputnik in Russia, who are now on their third level of trials, clinical trials for COVID-19. So when you say uh, third level or third phase of the clinical trial, they're now ready to test the vaccine to human beings. Okay. So there had been first and second clinical trials already to lower forms of animals. Then you have at the national level, of course, wider public good benefits from the intangible spending that you have incurred on. For example, the scientists or group of scientists collaborated. They spend not only money, but their time, their talent, you know, and their vision to come up with a product. These are intangible investment that we actually spent on. So the science and innovation of it, it's so difficult to put a price tag to it, as I already mentioned, can affect the firm, the industry, and the national level. Okay, so there you go. Now, so what is the evidence in terms of returns on innovation? Let's take a look at the evidence of private rates of return to R&D. Okay. They are often investigated using market value or productivity approaches. How would you know, for example, that you are earning from the innovation that you actually have done? Well, you can actually find out in relation to market value. When you say market value, were you able to commercially market the product that you have? Okay. Of course, the more people buying it, the higher will be its market value. So that you are able to say the investment we had uh, in relation to the product that we produced in the market is actually uh, recouped because we were able to get the money back based on our expenses or expenditures for R&D, okay, for the initial investment. Or you may want to investigate return to the investment of innovation via R&D in terms of productivity approaches. Did it make the production more efficient, um, more effective? There is efficacy in the product that has been produced. So in the long run, the amount of money that you actually save and you earn because the process becomes efficient is still money or is still the economics of it. So both approaches suggest private rates of return to R&D are normally higher than for standard tangible investment project. Okay, in many cases. Okay, so excess returns may be, of course, reward for higher risk. What do we mean by this? When you do R&D or innovation, normally there would be risk that are involved. Okay, so are you bold enough to make that risk? Now, if you are a visionary and the product clicked in the market, the excess in the returns usually can be equated to the fact that you took the higher risk. Okay? For those who want to stay safe and they do not want to come up with something that is new to the market, more likely they do not reap that kind of reward, right? Okay, so we already have a lot of businesses to come up and show, for example, that taking risk can have excess returns on investment. Okay. Now, high rates of return also suggest that there is not a free entry into R&D. Okay. That means to say, the competitors did not know what the innovation is all about. They have no idea how did you come up with the innovation yet. Okay. And therefore, they cannot copy. Now, you remember the business stealing effect. They cannot copy yet. So there are no imitation. And that's the reason why security of innovation had been well guarded by many of the companies. And it could be due to barriers. Okay. And we already mentioned, for example, raising the finance that is needed for R&D, the lack of skilled labor, or intellectual property rights that you have to deal with because there may be infringement to it. Meaning, somebody has already that brilliant idea, they have not yet produced, but you cannot follow it primarily because they have already patented the intellectual property for that particular possible product. Okay. Now, also, possible R&D requires complementary assets. Complementary assets is not necessarily money all the time. It can be tacit knowledge or inherent knowledge that the company already have, and of course the presence of skilled labor that is very important in computing for returns of investment. Because if you do not have skilled labor to do this, then you need to hire, and that must raise the cost of your investment. And if you do not have the knowledge, you still have to find it. Again, it will raise the cost. Okay. So you need to take into consideration all of these factors if you want to look into returns to innovation. Okay. Now, how about evidence of social returns? Because we're not only looking at returns of investment, which is economic in nature. Okay, there should be evidence as well to social returns. Evidences in literature, meaning from previous studies, from theories that are put forward, shows that let's not only look at the economic returns of investment, but also the social returns. Okay. Now, for example, the productivity approach can also be used to estimate the social returns to R&D. Okay. So you can do this either by investigating that interaction between the firms involved in the same product development, or by using industry data itself to observe aggregate returns to R&D, not only by your firm, but other firms as well. So many studies have actually suggested that the social returns are even higher than the private returns. Okay, what do we mean by this? It could be possible that the effect of the R&D that you actually had done can impact the betterment in terms of the life of the people. It may not be as profitable to the company, but it can be useful to the society itself in many ways. So it can be done. But they show that oftentimes before we even realize the social returns of R&D, um, you already are looking only at the private returns. Okay, going back to a little science on this. When the quantum mechanical theory of an atom were put forward by scientists in the names of Niels Bohr, Ernest Rutherford, Schrödinger, Albert Einstein, and the rest of the pack that attended the Solvay conference in 1927. And they are the ones who put forward the fact that if the atom contains electrons that are so small, you cannot find it in the exact place, but rather you can only probably predict where it can be. Okay. Wow. That may seem Greek to many of us. And yes, at that time, they did not understand what is the impact of this. Okay. And in fact, many of them, particularly Niels Bohr, was saying, if you claim to understand quantum mechanics, you don't know it at all because we're looking at probabilities. Suddenly, we realize we have a better understanding about the nature of atom and energy, so that they came up with the dual nature of matter and energy, meaning there are instances that matter act like energy and energy can act like matter when you're talking at the realm of the subatomic particles, meaning you're looking at very, 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 very tiny particles. Now, so probably you cannot link that uh, very important discovery to what we are enjoying today. But in reality, this became the base knowledge that we are using in ICT, because now we're looking at quantum, so very, very small, no, very, very small nature of matter and energy, and gave birth to the nano particles. And the rest is history. No? So the original idea of microchips were actually based on our understanding that atoms have a quantum mechanical nature, so that matter and energy can act in the same manner. And therefore, if they are that way, we can relate matter and energy. Unlike before, we have a different understanding of it. Now, because of this, uh, while at that time, the very people who even came up with these theories, okay, did not realize how this will impact mankind. No, they did not know that they are actually ushering to the industrial revolution number 3 and 4. Okay, so the social returns, therefore, of what they have come up with cannot be equated to the private returns, which is more on the economic side of it. Okay, so the very simple, for example, the very simple formula E is equal to mc square. Many of you may have learned that even in the secondary school, the theory of relativity of Albert Einstein. Energy is equal to mass multiplied by the square of the speed of light. And it actually literally equated energy and matter, provided that matter has to have the speed on the square of, that's the square of the speed of light. It should be moving so fast, and therefore, if it's moving so fast, it must be very, very, very small. Okay? Now, with that, Albert Einstein died and did not know how it will impact us. But it opened the doors eventually to our understanding about detectors. And of course, the rest, as I've said, is history. Okay. So you have a lot of detectors that are being used today. Okay. Why? Because of the many discoveries in relation to specifically uh, photoelectric effect, of which Albert Einstein won the Nobel Prize. It's not about the theory of relativity. Okay. Now, what are the evidences on the interaction between competition and innovation? Okay. There are many evidences that come into play, again, based on studies. Based on empirical studies, it says that absolute firm size is not necessarily beneficial to innovation. It has nothing to do with it. No? Uh, is innovation only true for large companies? Or is it true for medium size or for very small companies? No, really. The size does not really matter. And it will not benefit innovation whether you're large, small, or medium. Then it says larger market share has been found to increase the return to R&D. Meaning, the more your product that is profitable, the more there is an increase on the returns that you have invested on research and development. Well, actually, that's common sense. No? But those with very high degree of market dominance tend to become complacent. What do we mean by this? Now, commonly, those that have innovated most of the time, and then they already dominated the market, there is a greater tendency that they become complacent and they will rest on their market power because we're now strong. We are the ones who will provide what is needed. They become complacent and become less innovative. Recent evidence relating to rates of patenting to degree of product market competition would support the fact that, wait a minute, sorry for that, would support the fact that the U-shaped, you remember the inverted relationship in terms of the amount of innovation in relation to competition intensity. Okay, so there is greater evidence today that the rate of patenting to degree of product market competition uh, is related to the U-shape, meaning there is an optimum C, no, by which innovation is supporting your competitive intensity. Okay. So you reach a particular point on the C asterisk that shows that this is the most appropriate way to be competitive in relation to the amount that you spend to innovate. Okay. Now this one is a very useful presentation. The figure is a framework linking science and innovation investment to economic returns. As I've said, we're not computing the economic returns per se. We're looking at the concepts and theoretical framework of it. Okay? Now, take a look at the quite a little bit complicated framework. Okay, let's start from the left side. Okay, where you have the macroeconomic conditions. Macroeconomic meaning it may refer to the local, national, and the global perspective. Where can we possibly source out investment? Okay, so there are many. You can get it from private non-profit sector, meaning foundations or charities that are there. You can actually get from private sector, the company or the firm or the business itself, or you can get it from the public sector or research councils, which is maybe coming from the government, from private um, funding agencies, or from research institutes or councils. Or it can come from international funding sources. Okay. And the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, the agencies of the United Nations, the JICA, for example, OSAID, and many more. No? USAID, and the other countries have their own international funding agencies. So, or it can be a collaboration of any of the above. Okay, so these would usually be a lot of possible sources of investment. Then, what type of investment can it be? So, research outcomes would generate the current funding, of course, from these different sources. But there are several types of investment that you can possibly get. Well, of course, it could be in the form of resources. These are
Datonomi? Datonomi, can you hear us? Datonomi, are you there? Oke, kayaknya putus.
Enak tuh Pak Wawan tuh kayaknya.
Kopi dulu guys.
Iya. Minum dulu, minum dulu. Jangan lupa minum.
Vanilla latte.
Pak Wawan kurang gede gelasnya.
Vanilla latte luar biasa.
Wah, Richard dong tuh mantep.
Kecil amat Pak gelasnya. Kayak saya dok.
Oh, luar biasa.
Ternyata mantap.
Iya, iya. Kecil tapi rasanya banyak, Pin.
Cappuccino ya, Pak? Satu lagu, Pak, satu lagu.
Latte.
Langsung.
Ada di belakang gua masalahnya gitarnya.
Tembak ya gitarnya.
Ya ampun, siap sedia banget.
Request.
Terbaik memang.
Apa aja deh, Pak, cepetan.
Apa aja.
Ntar tau-tau profesornya nongol.
Enggak apa-apa.
Enggak apa-apa. Apa ya?
Ayo Pak.
Aku putuskan. Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak ya? Bertemu orang tuamu.
Ada bukan nomor aku kayaknya.
Enggak ngerti gue. Enggak ngerti aku.
YouTubernya.
Udah connect.
Hai Prof Naomi. Welcome back.
Still mute, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you.
My computer simply was turned off. I did not click on anything, but there must have been some technical problem with Zoom. That is why I said, just in case we get interrupted, just kindly wait. I'll just come back. No, sorry for that. It's a technical problem that we cannot avoid. Kindly wait for a while. I'll open the files that I already had been using for a while. I was surprised myself. My screen simply conked out. Okay, we're almost done. In reality, I'm wrapping up on this particular session. So please wait a bit. Okay. Okay. We're now on economic returns. Let me open it first. Oh, where did it go? Okay, so just wait. It's still loading. I guess it has something to do with the internet connection. Uh, I'm actually now on. Okay. Good. Before we take a very short break, let me finish this first. There you go. Share. Can you see, class? Can you see my shared screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, simply comes out. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, so this was the last screen that I was sharing, and it actually sums up how the different types of investment can be related to outcomes. Let me explain that. So I already mentioned about resources, the capital, which is either tangible or intangible, recurrent and maintenance can be provided, basic research, which is sometimes you don't know what is really the expected outputs or the application, but you have to do this because you need to find out what else is new in the market. Then that's pure knowledge. And then of course, there are applied researches that are primarily true from the very beginning. You already expect what would be the purpose or significance of the research. So pure research, which is the realm, for example, of quantum chemistry, did not realize how important their findings were. And it's only us who made use of it. That's basic research or pure research. Applied research is when you do innovative products to come up with more features that is needed by the consumers. So you know very well what is the expected significance of the study. Now, who are the performers of research? There are several. You can have the private sector, meaning the company, the firm itself. It could be the public sector, the government, in general, the society that is funded by research institutes, or it can be universities or research organizations. Harvard University, for example, get billions of research grants coming from different sources. Wow. Okay. And of course, what would be the outcomes that we are talking about? That is the very reason why we're discussing this in the first place. So the collaborative networks between businesses and research or spin-off companies that are the product of R&D, okay, can bring about the following: public knowledge. Okay, so the public knowledge can be a repository of ideas, methods, papers, documents, policy, and decision-making documents that will guide the action that will cover a large number of the population. And then, of course, it can be private knowledge. This private knowledge can be used by companies to develop a product. But remember that knowledge stocks may depreciate over time because of the exponential development of knowledge due to the speed of the accumulation also of knowledge. Okay. Then, of course, all of this can result to business and industry. No? The knowledge coming from the public knowledge stock and the private knowledge can bring forward a new business or industry. And of course, you have innovation. Innovation can either be in the form of the product or a process. And of course, spillovers will be plowed back to the business and industry. As we mentioned, not all of the products will come up profitable. Okay, but innovation and in the form of product and processes are still very useful. In the end, what is the result? Increased profit and economic activity. Of course, no, that's the end point of this that we're talking about the whole morning. So, how are rates of return estimated? Well, two ways. You can have a macroeconomic approach. When you say macro, big. Okay. Micro, smaller. Okay. So, macroeconomic approach attempts to measure returns directly by estimating production function that links to inputs. Inputs will include measures of knowledge, to outputs such as economic activity or productivity. Okay. On the other side, the microeconomic approach attempts to look directly at the pathways linking inputs and outputs, meaning every step of the way, how much was the input and how much was the output, and provide ways to measure the importance of the different channels or pathways between them. Now, the microeconomic approach is still fairly on the embryonic or baby stage relative to the much more well-established macroeconomics or production approach, which is quite well-known and well-structured already. But I will not be discussing about economics per se. Okay. So in summary, there is a large evidence from literature which estimates the rate of return to R&D investment. Now, coming from the firm, industry, at the national level data to estimate a production function which relates or which is related to economic outcomes. And when you say economic outcomes, that is the output of your or the productivity to knowledge inputs. So how much did you put in and how much did you take out of it? So there is clear evidence based on literature that these investments would usually yield high private returns to a company. Of the order of about 20 to 25% at the median or about 30% at the mid. Okay, if you do invest in R&D, more likely you get it a return of 20 to 30% on the average. Now, on the social rates of return, allowing for spillover effects between firms and industry or countries even are typically 2 or 3 times larger than this. So the fact that social returns would tend to exceed private returns would provide a rationale for public support towards R&D, investments. However, R&D or research and development is not the only investment driving innovation. Other intangible, something that you cannot touch, such as design, software and firm-specific, human capital, meaning the people that invest on this innovation, represent significant amounts of investment by firms, and much less is known about private and social returns to this wider investment. Reason, as I already mentioned to you cannot put a price tag to social returns very, very easily. Okay? It's something that is more intangible rather than simply counting money, which is the economics return. Now, so certain questions that we can possibly raise out of this session. We do not endeavor to answer all of them, but there are still questions that can possibly be raised when we're talking about economics, no? Return on investment. So first would be, should policymakers attempt to encourage entrepreneurship, or are entrepreneurship and innovation different from one another? Should we treat them as separate entities? So why do firms innovate? And what costs and benefits accrue to firms from innovation? And what are Schumpeter's two major hypotheses concerning innovation that we have just discussed in this session? How would you test if these are true or not? What have we learned from empirical studies about returns to R&D? And what sector of economy are omitted in these studies, and why? No? So definitely they've conducted a lot of studies on return of investment, but there are certain sector of the economy that have been left out. And how are they impacted by this? And how does competition affect innovation in theory and also in practice? We can always theorize about this, but what about the reality of things? Okay, so these are some questions that we may want to raise in this particular topic. Okay, and at this point, do you have any question? Do you have any question?
Prof, I'm asking about the.
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Regarding the innovation from Scamter and your presentation, they have relation with competition with innovation. My question is, who is influence the competition with innovation? I means maybe who is driving the competition first or innovation first?
Okay, that's a very good question, Satria. It's like a classic case of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Okay, uh, actually, both it can run both ways. Okay, why do companies innovate? Well, first of all, we've been talking about the fact that you need to innovate in order to be ahead of the competition. Okay, the reason why you are innovating is because you want to get ahead. Okay, and because of the competition as well, because you are innovating, the reason is also because when you innovate, you want to edge out competition, right? You want to be ahead of the pack. Okay, so in the long run, when we talk about innovation and competition, you cannot actually separate the two. No, they always go hand in hand. One is the reason why you want to do that. That's because of competition. But there will be no innovation if there is no competition, right? Because you're the sole leader of the pack and you enjoy a powerful market share, meaning you have the market power. And oftentimes, based on research also, it shows that if you have the market power, companies also tend to be complacent and they do not innovate, which is also to their disadvantage, right? So if you can see, um, innovation and competition, while they may be separate entities, are actually complementary with one another. No, each exists because of the other. Okay, you cannot separate the two. Uh, I guess for the ones who are running a business, they already truly understand that. No, every day of your life, you keep on thinking, how can I do this better? What can I offer that is ahead of the others? Okay, so that's a good point that you are raising. Actually, what else? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, Prof. Before you answer your question, I was thinking uh, if the company that doesn't have competition, they should make innovation, because all the company uh, should transformation should be transformation, all the activity and all the product and services. I think it's a good idea from you, Prof.
Okay, actually, I agree with you. Even if you do not really have a competition because you are ahead of them, probably, you still have to continue to innovate. The reason is others will catch up, right? Others will catch up. And when you are not constantly innovating, you will be the one to be left behind. So there's a saying that even if you are ahead of the pack, if you just sit there, you will get run over. I love that saying because it's true. No, if you become the rabbit and in the race you are way ahead of the turtle and you go to sleep, for all you know, the turtle have gone ahead of you. Okay, which is a very good analogy in relation to innovation. Okay, any other question? Oh, I like the questions because that makes everybody think. Okay. Any other question?
Dr. Nomi, can I ask?
Go ahead, Bessie.
Okay, Dr. Nomi, that you mentioned earlier that innovation at one of the assets is intangible assets.
Yes.
In the term of human resources, so far I found that some people that have a that have a idea or creation or have a certain ideation that can be put to or to be grow up as an idea of innovation has a very high price in the market. So I wanted to how about your opinion in terms of the value of the human resource in the innovation? Is the innovation attached to a person or the innovation can be attached to a company?
Okay, very good. Um, the human resource will always be a premium in any firm or company because they are the ones that create the innovation. Essentially, it's not the company. It's the brain that actually becomes innovative or creative. It's the company that produces or reproduces the idea and come up with a product. Okay, so you can have the brilliant idea, which is innovative, and then it's a company who will actually come up with the product, which can be produced, manufactured, or and marketed. Okay. Um, in the 21st century skills that I shared with you in the previous presentation that I gave on Industrial Revolution 4.0, you would realize that idea generators are a premium to the 21st century. The innovative mind, the creative mind, the critical thinkers are highly prized. In fact, they say that before, if you have the money, you have the power. Now, if you have the information, you have the power. capacity. So it is the time when knowledge is equated to, power, in the sense that if you have the needed information, you can become way ahead of the others. And for that reason, human resource is very important. Companies nowadays hire people who are best fit in their company. Oh, that reminds me, Desi. I actually have a video that is related to your question. Do you have the video? You can hire a duck. Please check your file.
Wait, I'm checking.
Yes, please check.
Send a duck to Eagle School.
Yeah, you cannot send a duck to Eagle School because that is related to the question that you are actually asking. Okay, that means to say this is about people, which is a very appropriate ending for this session before we call it a little break. Okay, can you please show it? It's a very short video class which is well well presented because it has a very unique title. You can send a duck in Eagle School, and it tells you what is the importance of human resource in a company. Desi, can you? Okay, sorry. I need to stop my screen sharing. We're on the last slide anyway.
Okay, Prof.
Wait.
Okay,
So you
I'm
can
trying
share.
to. Can I play now?
Go ahead. Okay, thank you, Desi, for sharing
Welcome.
the video. I think it tells us a lot more about, the importance of people in the company. So if you have a particular objective and you want to accomplish it, you want to make sure that you are hiring the right people. Okay, that's the underpinning of the entire video. Okay, and I guess we have learned a lot from this particular session, particularly from the questions that you asked. And can we take a short break for you to be able to go to the restroom, health break, grab food or coffee for you, so that please be back at 11:50, okay, or 11:55. Okay, I'll give you a little bit more leg room for you to stand up and take a break, uh, take something to eat, okay? So let's take a break first. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, Prof.
So hopefully you had already your snacks. You went to the restroom. You were able to walk around. And we are ready to start for our next session on Innovation Network. Okay, are we ready? Okay, ready? Are you ready?
We are ready, Prof.
Go. Okay. The first question is, okay, so you have a giraffe. Okay, there goes. The simple question is, how do you put a giraffe into a refrigerator? Write your answer to that question.
To the refrigerator and close the door of the refrigerator.
Okay, very good. So what you do is open the refrigerator, put the giraffe, and close the door. Okay. So all of you got the correct answer? No, yes.
I did.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Okay. So very good. I think we are all still awake. The question tests whether you tend to do simple things in an overly complicated way. No, it doesn't say, well, how big is the ref. It just say, of course, open the ref and put a giraffe and close the door. Very good. Okay. Now you have an elephant. The same question. How do you put the elephant in the refrigerator? Careful. Okay. You have your answer now? What is your answer? Let's find out from Michael. Michael, what is your answer, Michael?
Maybe open the refrigerator, take out the giraffe, and put the giraffe.
Giraffe,
Yeah,
and then
and then close the door. Put it
oh,
11 and close the door.
okay, very good. The third question, actually this question is relatively easy. By the way, the Lion King is hosting an animal conference. All the animals attend except one, which is the one that did not attend the conference. I'm sure you know that already. Polycarpus, who is that animal? Polycarpus, are you around? Okay, let's call on Winda. Winda.
I don't know the answer, Prof.
Okay, Winda does not know. Gani, Widito. Gani, Widito.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your answer, Gani?
Elephant,
Okay, why did you say the elephant? Why?
because he's in the refrigerator.
Okay, good. So, the correct answer, the elephant. The elephant is in the refrigerator because you put the elephant there in the first place. Okay, so this simply test your memory, no? Whether you can follow through the previous segment of what we are talking about. The last question is, good. There is a river which is filled with crocodiles. How do you manage to pass the river? What is your answer? What is your answer to this question? Let's see. Rawia, what is your answer? How do you manage to pass the river? Okay, I cannot get Rawia. Can we have Gani? There are two Ganis here. One is Gani Vidito, and the other is simply Gani. Gani, are you around? Okay, none. Agus, what is your answer to this?
Swim across, ma'am. I think the crocodile come to animal meeting.
Okay, good. So you'd simply jump into the river and swim across. No, you weren't, if you follow through, all the crocodiles are attending the animal meeting. So this tests whether you learn quickly from your previous mistake. Okay, so having done that, I think we've done a little bit of fun, and we're now ready to do our next session. Okay, which is about, let me put this on PowerPoint and from the beginning. Okay, so we're looking into innovation through technology brokering and innovation network. And this is where we're about to wrap up our session on innovation. So we would like to explain how innovation happens and the types of innovation networks, and identify the benefits of learning networks, as well as discuss open innovation and its challenges. Actually, we have already discussed open and closed innovation, right? But this time, we're focusing our attention on open innovation and what are the challenges that you're going to meet, because most companies now are adopting the open innovation approach. Okay. So, managing the knowledge spaghetti. Well, actually, this is quite a long video. Okay. So, I would request you to open the link that is provided here. And actually, John Bisam talks about some challenges of managing innovation in a network fashion. Okay. Now, which is actually what we will be discussing as well in the subsequent slides. So I will not be discussing this using the video, which is about more than 20 minutes. Okay, so you can watch this. What is meant by the knowledge spaghetti? You're familiar with the spaghetti, right? So when you put the spaghetti on the plate, they are all connected to one another. You do not really identify strand 1 over strand 2 over strand 3. They are all there, messed up, mixed together in various fashion. Okay. And this is where we are talking about when we talk about how innovation actually happens. So, well, in many cases, innovation starts with a brilliant idea. That is why idea generation is very important to any firm or company. And then the idea goes through a particular set of process or processes before it becomes a successful product. Well, the question is still whether it will even become successful or not. You're not so sure that a brilliant idea would spell out into success. Okay? So, is where the benefit of networking innovation comes in. Why? Because the network innovation can actually improve collective efficiency. Okay, what do you mean by collective efficiency? Getting access to different resources through a shared exchange process by sharing relatively scarce or expensive resources. For example, in the university setting, to create a collective efficiency, many top universities would share their libraries with each other. So in Australia, you have the Group of Eight, which allows resource sharing, particularly in terms of their library resources. So instead of building an entire complex of libraries, you can actually be more efficient if you simply pool the resources of the different libraries and create a consortium so that you can share the scarce resources that may be available, because books and library resources can be very, very expensive, and you have a high degree of capital expenditures if you are on your own. Then, of course, number two, collective learning. When you say collective learning, this is shared learning process with partners' expertise and experiences. Okay? So if you have a partner, for example, or a team, you actually create a synergy of learning because you actually improve your learning. These are two heads are better than one. No? So there are more people that are contributing to the knowledge base. And then at the same time, you have a collective risk taking. That means to say you are all in this together. And you have a better chance of anticipating failure if there are more of you who are thinking about what your plan is and what strategies are you going to undertake. So intersection of different knowledge sets usually build different relationships. And in building relationships, you also strengthen your company or your enterprise. Of course, because that is, it creates sharing of resources, sharing of talents or knowledge. And then you can teach one another in order to anticipate possible risks and challenges that otherwise you may not be even thinking if you are on your own. So very important this. Now, next question is, what do we really mean by innovation network? Okay, so in a nutshell, it is called a complex of interconnected group or system and networking that involves using that arrangement to accomplish a particular task or particular task. So it may be a group of companies, a group of corporations or businesses that network with one another so that they use this arrangement to be able to complete a particular task. We will have more to that in a little while. I'm just defining the terms. Okay. So an innovation network is an organizational structure with which enterprises implement business innovation faster and more efficiently. So innovation network exists within companies or even across different companies. Okay. And we will have more examples to this later. Okay. So how it really happens that you create an innovation network. Okay, so I think this is a better representation than the original one that I used last February. Like, it's a network of spaghetti. Okay. Just to give you an example, how can you actually, who are possibly involved in this process? So, for example, you have universities, suppliers, partners who will be involved in the technical aspect, the communication, service, sales. You have different teams involved, and of course, you have finances involved. And in the end point, you have the customer and results in best practice or practices. So you have different organizations working together to come up with a more efficient, more profitable, more customer-oriented business or enterprise. So you can be connected in relation to the technological aspect. It can be simply the communication component, the service component, the sales, or simply the resources in terms of human capital can be actually shared. Okay? So, what are the different, as you can see, focus in the network perspective? So what are we giving very important focus? Okay. So you can actually have social network focus or actor network focus. Meaning when you say actor, these are the participants in the networking. Okay. Now, when we try to focus on general innovativeness, so in the social network focus, you're looking at regional and business groups of communities of scientists and engineers. Or if you're looking at personalities, people, the portfolios of all the strategic alliances that you have. Now, if you're looking at individual or discrete innovations, at the social network level, diffusion and commercialization of innovation becomes important. So, different network perspectives in innovation research is important for you us to understand. So, if you look at participants or the network which involves actors, the network would be mobilized for specific innovation because there are certain group of people who are working on it, not a big group where you involve portfolios of strategic alliances. Okay, let me explain this one by one for you to be able to understand what we are talking about. Okay, so in reality, there are different types of innovation network. You can possibly have entrepreneurial based or entrepreneur based innovation network. So in this particular case, you bring together different complementary resources together to help take the opportunities and opportunities forward. Okay, for example, a classic example is the airline sharing, which they call code sharing. For example, I take the airline in the Philippines, Philippine Airlines, and I'd like to go to Indonesia or other places like India, for example. Philippine Airlines does not have a flight that goes to India. So what do they do? And they have people coming from the Philippines that go to India. So what they did normally is they code share. This is what they call entrepreneur based. So they connect with other airlines so that when I purchase a ticket, I can get a flight or several connecting flights to India without necessarily buying from a different company. So I buy the ticket from Philippine Airlines and they code share with another airline. So the pricing, they already put that in the cost of my ticket. So what I do probably is fly to Hong Kong or Singapore and then get another airline which is code shared by Philippine Airlines. That's entrepreneur based. They have different complementary resources, and they bring them together to take an opportunity forward. Particularly in this case, what's the opportunity? People who are traveling internationally and they do not want to be bothered by having to buy tickets from different airlines, and they have to worry which flight, what would be the connecting flight, what time it should be. Okay. Then you can have internal project teams. These can possibly be formal or informal networks of knowledge and key skills which can be brought together to help enable some opportunity to be taken forward. Internal project teams. Okay. As I've said, it can be formal or informal network of knowledge and key skills which can be brought forward to enable some opportunity to be taken forward. Now, that means to say, in this endeavor, it's more of project-based, okay? And you put people together to a project, and whether the network may be a project that is commercially viable or not, but usually in a particular company, they have their different project teams. For example, if you develop a new product, okay, and you come up with innovation, it's not for you usually to know about what would be the design, product design, to be able to commercialize it. Okay, so you have another group of people who will do the design. And then as soon as you're able to design the product, another team would come in to do the marketing. Uh, that is through advertising, right? So you notice that within the team, you can have several groups of people, or you call it a network of teams working together to enable you to come up with your project or endeavor. And then you can also use communities of practice. These involve players inside or even across different organizations with concern at a particular aspect or area of knowledge. So you can have different people uh, coming from the same company, or it may be different companies or organizations, but you have the same area of knowledge. Okay, so they call it communities of practice. Example, when one develop a book, for example, in chemistry, okay, you can have different authors put together. They may come from different book companies, and you can put them all together to come up with an organic chemistry book. So they have the same knowledge set. That means to say they are experts in organic chemistry, and they come together to put themselves into a project. Okay, so we call it communities of practice. So entrepreneur based, it can be internal project teams or communities of practice. What else? You can have spatial cluster network. These are networks which are formed because of the players being close to each other. For example, Silicon Valley. What is so unique about Silicon Valley? A lot of IT firms are found in Silicon Valley. Okay, so they create clusters of closely linked products to ICT. Okay, I'll show you just how many firms are there in one place alone. In the Philippines, we call this, for example, the government had created economic zone. I'm not sure how you call it in Indonesia. Do you have economic zones where the place itself is primarily dedicated to particular industries. For example, manufacturing, ICT. It could also be in terms of different products and commodities. So they are found in one place that is really dedicated for that particular purpose. Okay, so these are what we call spatial clusters. So in the Philippines, we have economic zones in Baguio City, in Bataan, in Cebu, for example, that are involved in various aspects of industry and business enterprise. So they get some sort of benefit from this, considering that the government is providing incentive for industrialization. Okay. Then you have sectoral network. What is the difference here? Networks that actually share common sector. Usually, this is organized by associations. So, when you say sectoral, in the Philippines, we have agriculture sector, the fishing industry sector, the manufacturing sector, and many more. Okay? So, they have a sectoral network that involves, for example, in agriculture, you can have vegetables, fruits, cut flowers, rice, corn, and many other things. No? They actually belong to an association or an organization having the same sector. Then we have development consortia, which is very common among big industries because they share knowledge to create new products. So the Symbian Consortium is made up of Sony, Ericsson, Motorola. What would be the product? What? Mobile technology. Okay. So different gadgets produced by Sony, Ericsson, and Motorola, and are developing common operating system for mobile phones or your PDAs. Okay, so your personal digital gadgets are actually produced by uh, companies that are in consortia with one another. Okay, do we have more? So usually in the process of creating an innovation network, you have a supply chain learning. Okay, when you say supply chain, it actually tells you about developing innovative goods or practices or product across a value chain. For example, your SCRIA. In the aerospace sector, the Society of British Aerospace Company, no, have supply chain relationships in aerospace. That's the meaning of SCRIA. Which promotes a code of practice to achieve a cooperative supply chain where companies can work with customers and suppliers for mutual benefit. The reason for this is to promote better team working within the supply chain relationship. So the broader the vision is to make the value and sustainable competitive advantage. So firms within UK aerospace sector are highly independent, but global competition makes collaboration a very important commercial imperative. So they cannot do otherwise. They have to create a consortia in the supply chain. Okay, I'll explain to you in a little while what do you mean by the supply chain. Okay, so other types. of innovation network. You have emerging standards, that is exploring and establishing standards around innovation technology. So for example, motion picture experts group. So the video and the audio compression standards are set by emerging standards. I guess you are quite familiar with ISO, okay, and the different accrediting agencies that actually govern standards of certain corporations. And then crowdsourcing and funding network. For example, is fintech. Okay, I will explain what do you mean by crowdsourcing and funding network. No? So you have to source from different sources in a crowd. Let's take a look at some examples. Okay, this is a Google map of Silicon Valley, and take a look in terms of the sectoral cluster that are found in Silicon Valley. No? So there are countless of companies that are located there. Many of them are involved or are related to, of course, ICT, information, communication, and technology, and their support services. So there are support services. Stanford University is an academe-based, but many of them are ICT-based. So they are very tightly packed in this area in California. Okay. So here are some examples of the other companies that are involved in ICT. Apple Park in Cupertino, Googleplex, that's Google, in Mountain View, Adobe in San Jose, and Intel in Santa Clara. So this is what I was referring to that I said I'm going to explain to you fintech ecosystem. Okay. So fintech, as you can see here, is actually a connection with one another in terms of regulatory and government, startup ecosystem, financial institutions, and others. So usually this is the use of computer technology in order to connect one another, which is primarily true, for example, in our banking system. Okay. So when you say regulatory and government, this involves innovation schemes, regulatory sandbox, industry input, regulation wing, international cooperation, and registration tech. So you get to have tax incentives from the government or even funding from the government. Among the financial institutions, they use this for corporate ventures, innovation lab, partnerships, accelerator sponsorships, and open platform. For startup ecosystem, when you say startup, they're just beginning. They are neophytes and in the nascent stage, but very important to them. No? Startup ecosystem will involve entrepreneurs and mentors, collaboration for incubators, accelerators, and hackathons, then investment for venture firms, angel investors, and crowdfunding partners. This may also involve others in the system, like consumers, research academies and universities, switches and gateways, and digital identity providers. Okay, let's see. So in the Philippines, this is the fintech map, okay, which is involved in various activities. And these are all, how do you call this? Closely related, okay. For payments, for example, you have a lot of companies joined together for people to pay, for example, for online shopping, for bills, for sending money, for accepting money as well. Okay, so you have several companies that involves Paymaya, Grab. Others are really very localized, like Bitbit. That's Bring. That's the meaning. Okay, and many more. Others are internationally based. Others are highly localized. And they can also be involved in remittances. When we talk about remittances, it has something to do with an overseas Filipino worker, for example, sending money to their families in the Philippines, or even internally among people who are working in Manila or in big cities. They remit their money to their family members in the provinces. And it could also involve investments, and we have different investment companies. The same is true with credit comparison, and of course you have a big group which is the blockchain, uh, and of course alternative financing. These are all propelled by computer technology. So when I buy, for example, an item from Lazada, which is what the biggest online store in the Philippines, I have different options on how to pay. Okay, so they will ask you, are you paying by MasterCard, Visa card, Paymaya, or etc., etc. Now, if I click one of them, then they will charge me via that payment agency. Okay, so they're not limited only to one source. Okay, so there are many ways by which you can pay, and this is what financial and technology go hand in hand. Okay, very huge connection among companies. They work independently in terms of company product and services, but you can access them for payments. So you notice that that is a unique endeavor, which is an offshoot of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay. Now, so for over 43,000 square feet actually is dedicated in fintech center of 209 fintech companies. So that means to say there is a wide premium on the use of financial technology in various sources. So you can have financial industry institutions and regulations involving primarily financial institutions like banks. Okay, you have investment corporations, and then of course you can have strategic fintech partner and investors. You can have university networks, worldwide startup accelerators and influencers, and financial use data feed and technology infrastructure. So the connection is so vast that they are interrelated. Okay, so that you can have, for example, in a university, they are not just involved in instruction. They are also involved in printing or publishing. They're involved in research. They're involved in community service. So they're all connected to one another. Okay. And for example, Stanford Business or Harvard Business Review actually market their outputs in terms of research and other business activities. And they actually offer this to customers or to those who are interested in their product. Okay. Many of these, by the way, can be provided online. So it's very easy to access them. So here are the benefits of learning networks. So you may be thinking, so what do we get out of this? In shared learning, there is the potential for challenge and structured critical reflection from different perspectives. This time, if there are many of you who are contributing to the knowledge base, more likely they can identify challenges, issues that are important for you to address. This is so unlike if you are on your own. Okay? And then different perspective can bring about new ideas, new concepts, or old concepts which are new to the learner can be brought forward. It's like, oh, we have done this. And as far as we're concerned, this works best. Okay. So shared experimentation can reduce a perceived and actual cost, or can even reduce risk in trying new things, because there are more people who would be working on this. So the chances of failing is less when there are more minds contributing to the possibility of the product coming to successful completion. Then shared experiences can provide support and open new lines of inquiry or exploration. Why? Because what you do not know, others may know, and they will be happy to share it with you so you can open new avenues for learning with the team. And then shared learning helps explicate the system's principle. What do you mean by explicate the system's principle? Meaning it could further clarify, widen the perspective of the system so that you can easily see the patterns. No? It's just like you want to separate the wood from the trees, but you can get overwhelmed with so many things that goes with it. So if you have shared learning, people contribute to different perspectives, and therefore you can easily see the system in various aspects. And since there are many of you who are looking at different views, you can have a possibility of seeing patterns to it, so that you can say, oh, this is the common trend. If we do this, this is going to happen. Okay. Now, why? Because more of you are sharing your ideas, your knowledge. Okay. Now, what else can we learn from this? Shared learning provides an environment for surfacing assumptions and exploring mental models that are often outside the normal experience of individual organization, so that it actually prevents something like not invented here and therefore I do not care, no, and other effects that I've just mentioned in the previous presentation. That means to say, if you have a network, for example, you can actually bring out different models which may not normally be part of your system. Okay, so that the views that are presented to you are constantly evolving. It changes. And with the change, of course, would be a possibility of you broadening your knowledge base. Okay? And then shared learning can reduce cost. Why? Because if people are sharing their services, they can actually profit from different consultants and providing these services and learning about external markets without hiring, you know, new set of people with new set of competencies, because you can actually talk to them, you can consult with them, and you actually get the same knowledge as when you hire people in the long run. So this can be particularly useful if you are a small company or medium-sized enterprise and you cannot afford to hire, for example, people to become part of the system when you cannot afford them. Okay, so in many developing countries where startup companies are just coming up, they tend to engage the services of a consultant to help them put up their companies. But because they're only there for a particular project, usually it is less expensive than hiring people yourself. Okay, so that is one very big benefit of learning networks. Okay, now uh, why are we talking about open innovation here? Because if you take a look at the screen, open innovation allows uh, innovation network. Okay, you're able to allow other people to come in to your system and make use also of what they can share in the same manner that you can share what you also have. Okay, take a look at the uh, left hand side. This is a classic case of a closed innovation approach. So within the company, you generate research projects. Okay, you generate ideas, come up with a research project, and then choose among the possible research projects that are being put forward, and then you come up with possibly one or two commercial products, all done within the closed network in the system. Okay, you still have R&D, of course. Now, in an open innovation, right-hand side, please, uh, you will notice that the boundaries are not closed. It's like a permeable membrane where it allows the moving in and out of particles in the system. In this case, ideas and project ideas. So you can have a research project, for example, which is coming from the system itself or perhaps from outside of the system. And then you allow it to permeate into your system, and then you percolate or incubate it so that you can come up with a market of the ideas coming from the research project. Or on the other hand, some of your research project can possibly go out, no? And spin off to a new market, okay? Or others may be able to pick them up and then come up with a commercial product which you may not be able to develop yourself. So the boundaries are permeable, okay? So there is a broken line in between. So ideas come from the outside, you can share ideas from the others, and of course, with that, you can come up with your own product development that is coming not only from within, but also coming out from outside of your company or firm. Okay. Now, what is the significance of this? So, in open innovation, you can have internal and external technology base. Okay, so you can have, as you can see there, it's like a funnel. You can see that. It's like a funnel where you can have internal technology base coming in the funnel, but since there are holes in it, you can even allow external technology and sourcing. Okay, and then the internal external venture handling may come in. Okay, and then you can also use other firms market, so you can have licensing, spin out, divesting, okay, to come up with a new market. Or you can spin it off to your own current market, which is very typical of the company itself. In short, you own the product, you actually develop the product, but the product did not come from your internal research. This may come from outside ideas that you only adopted, or with a partnership you actually develop. Okay, so, but it is not limiting you to that because you can have spin out, no? Or you divest yourself of something that you feel other companies can do better. Okay, now, so in the process, okay, in open innovation, there are several ideas that come into play. Okay, so what are these? Based on the slide here, open innovation can actually create a platform for others to build solutions. In short, it is not only you who must possibly benefit. It can also run an idea competition. Okay, or it can build an open portal to invite ideas, create, for example, a customer laboratory, run a lead user project, or launch a challenge to the global innovation community, or co-create with customers and partners. So usually this is how open innovation takes place. Okay. Now, different companies do it differently. Okay? So they are not the same all the time. So they create a platform for others to build on. They run an idea competition. They can actually create a customer lab, and so on and so forth. Just to open up the innovation process. Okay. Does this involve only people within the company? The answer is no. You can even allow your customers to generate the idea themselves. Okay. So, these are some ways by which certain companies conduct open innovation. Okay. For Chess Bro, open innovation from Harvard Business School, I got this, no? It says, here are the principles of open innovation that you can follow. Okay. First, you do open innovation because not all smart people work for you. They may happen to work in another company. Okay. Then external ideas can actually help create value, but it takes internal R&D to claim a portion of that value for you. Why? Because of the issue of IPR, okay, intellectual property rights. So it is better to build a better business model than to get to market first. So the premium here is you need to be able to have a business model to follow rather than simply race through the market. Okay, if you make the best use of internal and external ideas, you more likely will win. Okay, so not only should you profit from others' use of your intellectual property, you should also buy other intellectual properties whenever it advances your own business model. Okay. For example, I'll take, for example, Jollibee. No? Why did it become a food chain giant here in the Philippines? Jollibee opened its door by buying other companies that includes their intellectual property in relation to the food industry. Okay, so at the moment, the huge food chain had already bought IPs for Mang Inasal, they have already the license. Remember, licensing is one. They have the license to operate Greenwich, for example, and other subsidiaries like supplies for chicken and other ingredients for the food chain, because they also created a commissary for themselves. Okay. Now, you should expand R&D role to include not only knowledge generation, but knowledge brokering as well. By the way, what do you mean by knowledge brokering? You should be able to exchange knowledge with one another, of course, with specified agreement on to what extent are you going to share the knowledge. Okay, that's knowledge brokering. Okay, now, so in which case, what you do and what your customer want would actually be based on the value that you have created to your product, right? So whatever you do, and what your customers would want, the bottom line there, or the heart of it, is what value you have created to them. If you simply focus on what you do, or you simply focus on what your customer want, this may create more frustration, irritation, and annoyance. It is for you to understand that there is a need for you to create value creation, or to develop value creation, so that you can actually connect what you do with what your customer want. Okay. Now, the next set of presentation that I'd like to share with you later is about value creation. Okay. Later. I'll finish this first. Okay. So we are now at the point of looking at what are we talking about, by the way. How is it related to our customers? Okay. Are we simply talking about the corporation and how they create networks and by themselves? What is the end product of this? Okay, let's move on. So we are actually doing all of this for our customers. So for a paying customer, don't sell what you can make, but make what you can sell, because they're the one who pay for the product. So every product is therefore a solution to someone else's problem. Okay, so the idea that you generate in order to produce a product is always geared towards your customer. Okay, and it's not just simply about the company, remember? So in the process, in order to monetize the opportunities that you're looking into, you always look at who are your customers. Okay, so every single problem has a set of customers who have those problems as well. Okay, so when we talk about innovation network, you're looking at your customers in terms of the following factors. I have already shared this in the last meeting. You have to look at the demography of your customers, behavior, interest, and even who are your segmented customers, a group of customers that may have similar characteristics. Are they senior citizens? Are they young professionals? Are they parents? Are they students? Or are they persons with disability? That depends. Okay. So, in the first place, you need to look at, do you have a problem? Are you aware that you have a problem? And therefore, the next step would be for you to take an active look to the solution. And when you find the solution in business, you will always have to compare prices. Okay. Is your cost lower than the others having the same quality? And then, of course, you have to acquire a budget to be able to develop what is that you intend to develop. Okay. Now, therefore, most of the innovations that we do starts actually with a gap or a problem. Normally, it's not about the company. It's about the customers. Okay? So you might be asking, are we talking about the company? Actually, no. You're talking about the customers. Okay. So here are just some examples of how innovation ideas are put forward. So in Javelin, they actually have brainstorm with one another, and then they come up with this matrix. Okay. For example, they will have how do you call that? A matrix that will help their staff or the personnel think about how are they going to respond to certain challenges in the company. Okay. For example, they provide the matrix for who is your customer, what is the problem. So praise it based on the customer's perspective, and then they define the solution after you have validated the problem, which is worth solving. List the assumptions that must be true to them based on your hypothesis. Okay, and from there you create a matrix on possible identification of the problem, what would be your um, possible solution, the possible risk that you can assume, what would be your success criterion, what would be the result of what you are going to do, and what decision have to be made before you can come up with what learning that you have done. So many companies, when they have idea or innovation that come up, they usually come up using this particular matrix to simplify it for them. There are others. No, there are others. Aside from Javelin, uh, you can see here another company, Idea Storm by Dell. Dell is a huge computer company, and they come up with this form, okay, and how the idea is generated in the company. So you can do the idea by posting it online. If you can see the right hand side, although you cannot do that because this is just a screen shot, but it says here, post an idea. So you simply log in, and then you have your username and password, and then what are the ideas that you want to generate. So you can post your idea for a new Dell product or service. You may want to promote ideas you want to see, you want to discuss with Dell and other users, or see what we are planning to deliver. Okay, so these are some ideas. There are some icons that you need to press in order to share your ideas. So help us become the greenest technology company on the planet. Click here to share your ideas. In Dell, they call it Idea Store, where your ideas actually reign, meaning your ideas are very important to them. Okay. What else? Are there more? Yes, Starbucks. Okay. Uh, Starbucks has an idea which is very unique in themselves. Okay, where did they get these ideas? Let me show you. I hope this works. Oh no. Actually, it's just a screenshot. Oh, there. Can you see? Oh, waiting for the file, and it takes ages for the file to appear. It's just a an idea page that is so typical of Starbucks. Okay, so it takes a very long time for Starbucks to reply. More likely, oh, here it goes. So when you open or you click that link, you are taken into this particular page, okay, where you can possibly submit your idea to Starbucks. So it says revolutionary or simple. We want to hear it. Submit your idea. Tell us who you are, okay, your first name and last name, your email. Your idea is related to, you need to select the options. Tell us about your idea. You need to type about 500 characters, and then there's the term and condition that is provided, and then click submit. Okay, So that is how ideas are generated in Starbucks. Okay, now, wait a minute. I will need to close this. Okay, and so far, what had happened? In Starbucks, they can usually have more than 150,000 ideas because it can come from within and outside. It can come from their customers. These are submitted over the past 5 years. 2,000 or 2 million votes have been cast on Starbucks idea more than the last mayoral election in Chicago, meaning many had provided them with ideas. Okay, so among the ideas, 277 ideas were brought to life. Okay, and what are those ideas that are brought to life? The idea number one, for example, or the idea number three is free Wi-Fi in the stores in Starbucks, creating different new flavors for Starbucks coffee, free birthday treat if you have a birthday, idea of having a happy hour, mobile payment through drive-thrus if you have to buy them a Starbucks, a drive-through, cake pops, and so on and so forth. So there are many ideas. 277 ideas were brought to life. So there had been many launches in terms of ideas coming from different persons, not necessarily only Starbucks personnel. So as the years go by, the ideas are increasingly more and more that they adapt. Okay. So, when we talk about challenges, so what are the challenges in open innovation? Of course, one would be conditions and context. What do you mean by conditions and context? For example, it could be environmental uncertainty, or the project can be very complex. So, for example, environmental uncertainty, classic case is the pandemic. You don't know when will be the time when the curve will flatten, or are you going back to extended quarantine? Now, you're not so sure about that yet, considering that first, we do not have the vaccine. Second, we have not identified a cure. Then next, control and ownership of resources. These are some of the challenges that are faced because of the problem of IPR. Okay, who owns the idea? Okay, that can be quite tricky, by the way. And then coordination of knowledge flows so that you would know where do you begin and where do you end. Which among the companies are actually involved in this idea generation and which is truly yours. And then creation and capture of the value, meaning when you are able to have an idea, you have to convert the idea into a commercial product that you are hoping to sell, or you are converting a service that you are going to implement and improve your efficiency and effectiveness. Okay? So, having these challenges, okay, there are also benefits. Okay? So, there are 6 principles of open innovation. One would be you tap into external knowledge. The benefit here is you increase the pool of knowledge and you simply reduce the reliance on limited knowledge coming from within the company. The problem is how to share for and identify relevant knowledge sources. Where do you get the knowledge? Who will provide you with this? And how to share or transfer knowledge such that knowledge can either be tacit and systematic. I have not yet mentioned about privacy of information, which can be a challenge in an open innovation system. Then, of course, external R&D has significant value. Why? Because it can reduce the cost and uncertainty associated with internal R&D and increase depth and breadth of the research and development. Let me tell you about one classic example of, you know, external R&D, which actually revolutionized our understanding of antibiotics. I mentioned to you about accidental discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming. And it saved lives in the Second World War because he was able to create an antibiotic. Okay? So what they did was to remove the mold, which is known as Penicillium notatum. Okay? And then they packaged this into tablets or in the form of injections and as are treated as antibiotics against pathogenic microorganisms. Okay. Now, unfortunately, the problem was they have no idea what is the chemical composition of penicillin. And what happened was that if you take it directly from the mold, reason they are allergic to penicillin. One possible case is myself. I am allergic to penicillin injections. Okay? Because of that, oh, sorry, wait a minute. It says here that I have
Wan, lanjutkan. Ini yang off video pasti udah pada makan.
Lagi. Terus sebentar lagi masuk lagi kok.
Ini yang turn off video pasti udah pada makan duluan nih.
Makan.
Halo, Prof.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back.
I think it's a technical problem that actually was due to a very low internet connection. I think we're now good. Okay, going back. So what happened when they found out that they need to find the structural formula of penicillin? There were about 300 people working together to find out what is the chemical formula. Then they develop derivatives from it. And that is the reason that now, if you go to the pharmacy, you want to buy an antibiotic, you have many different kinds of antibiotics. Thanks to the work of these people who actually elucidated the chemical structure. And many of these derivatives are the ones that are less in terms of their effects of allergic reactions. So you can have a variety of antibiotics now because we now understood what is the one that causes the allergic reaction. Can you imagine the number of people that has to go into research just because of that. A lot of people actually had to do that. Okay, so let me go on to the screen that I am trying to share. Okay, uh, let's move on. So, the best balance of resources here are made to search and identify ideas rather than to generate ideas. And of course, the challenge here is when you generate ideas, it is only a small part of the innovation process. Most ideas are unproven and have no value and will require cost for evaluation where the development may also be very high. Does not mean to say that you have an idea, automatically it can be profitable. Okay. So profit from other intellectual property, that's inbound, and others use of our intellectual property, that is outbound intellectual property, is actually a principle of open innovation. In short, you can use others' idea and they can also use yours. So value of the intellectual property becomes very sensitive to complementary capabilities, such as, what are those? Brands, okay, sales network, production, logistics that you need to undertake, and of course, products and services that are involved. So the challenge here is conflict of commercial interest and strategic direction. And therefore, in this case, negotiation of acceptable forms and terms of intellectual property licenses has to be negotiated by the companies involved. And we see a lot of this taking place on a daily basis among companies that are involved in innovation network. Innovation network actually uses open innovation approaches. Okay. Now, strategies to support open innovation. Okay. What are some of the ways by which we do open innovation? So you can use licensing. Okay. So a company may develop a product, but they simply have to request for a license in order to develop the product from the originator of that product itself. Or you can do outsourcing. What do you mean by outsourcing? You can actually produce the product in another country which actually have lower cost of production. Or you can do joint venture. If you are involved in agriculture, you can create a joint venture, one company. For example, here in my place, you have Dole, Philippines, a huge pineapple production company. And they also have a joint venture of Sumitomo, that's a Japanese company, for other agricultural products. Since they have the land already, they want to expand further, so they create a joint venture. Or you can do strategic alliance. As I already mentioned to you, example of this are the airline industry, where they do code sharing among different airlines to ensure that they carry the passengers from different points in different parts of the world. And then strategic alliance can also be done in finance and banking industry. Okay? So these are the strategies to support open innovation. You can have the license, buy it. Oh, for example, entertainment industry. Uh, you want to have movies, television shows, boxing matches, sports events. No, you actually get the license in order to show them to the particular country. Outsourcing, we do it a lot in business, outsourcing industry. Okay. Now, what are some of the characteristics of partnership models? We've been talking about innovative networks, and how do we characterize them? So normally you can have fewer suppliers but long-term relationship. It can be a small one, but you create a long-term relationship. For example, Philippine Airlines does not have a maintenance component. So they can actually outsource this to other airline companies that have huge maintenance outlets, like Lufthansa, for example. So experts in Lufthansa come to the Philippines and they set up the maintenance of Philippine Airlines plane. Then you have greater equity. That's the real cost transparency, meaning you actually see how much are you going to partner with the other, okay, and how much will it cost you to create that particular network or partnership. The focus here is on value flow. The relationship is important, not not simply what we call contracting. Okay, so you need to ensure that you work harmoniously with one another. Then vendor assessment and development. When we say vendor assessment, how much, or you try to evaluate how much would the partnership cost you. Okay, and you develop that partnership in between you, or that network in between you. You can have two-way or third-party assessment, and then in the process, you can have mutual learning, meaning you have shared experiences, shared expertise and knowledge and investment in the process, so that you end up in what we commonly call win-win situation. For example, I've been talking about the airline industry. Okay, in the airline industry, it's not just about flying the plane, right? You have other related services that is needed. For example, ticketing, catering. The people who are in the plane have to be fed. Safety and security. You can have maintenance and many others. Cargo handling and many, many more. It does not mean that it is only one airline who will do all this job. They also have to have partners in a network in order to be able to do their jobs well. Okay, so you can have a different partner for cargo handling, uh, passenger service, catering, maintenance, ticketing, and so on and so forth. Okay, in the process, you share the experience, the expertise, the knowledge, and the investment that you do. Okay, so options in engaging the users. So you're looking into market relationship versus user community, and the development process versus your innovation attributes. So when you're looking at the relationship, you can actually do co-development together. You develop. That is, if you want to do market relationship and innovation attributes, or you can do democratic innovation crowdsourcing, which you can do independently on your own, and once it is developed, you share. And then you can have lead users, ethnographic design, meaning you create a team that would lead the innovation, and you bring in the team to actually make sure that what is innovated is converted into a commercial product. And you consider, of course, extreme users, no? Meaning you are looking into people who have very specific purpose of why you need to innovate. For example, if you're looking at the segment of a particular, of a society that requires, for example, wheelchairs, then you have to have a very specific purpose on the design of the wheelchair. Okay, are these for quadriplegic, or are these for senior citizens only who cannot walk, or is this specific for those who cannot walk because of physical disability? Okay, so these are what we consider as extreme users. And that's the reason why you're developing something for them. The challenges in building innovation networks are how to manage something we don't own and control because it's a group of people and companies who own it, and how to see system level effects, okay, not narrowing interest or narrow interest. So how to build trust and shared risk taking, meaning how are you going to trust each other that none will run away with the profits without tying the process up in contractual red tape, and how to avoid free riders who are simply looking for information that they can copy, which we call information spillover. Uh, why? Because this also involves intellectual property rights. So these are some of the things. How can you keep your privacy? No? How can you secure the innovation itself so that you do not spill out the knowledge to other people? Okay. Now, let me summarize the types of innovation network based on incremental and radical changes. So in terms of incremental, that's zone one, the sector forum, supply chain learning programs, very, very slow, very, very incremental or gradual. Radical would involve strategic alliance, sector consortium to develop new drugs, for example, or you can have a delivery system. These are for similar products. For heterogeneous, you can have multi-company innovation network in a complex production system, or you can have regional clusters or best practice clubs, as they can, if you call them. So depending on the type of innovation agenda that you have, whether it's just an incremental or gradual innovation, or you really want to turn the world upside down, you have different types of innovation network. Okay, these are just a few samples that you can think of. Now, barriers to new network formation. Okay, if your primary objective is finding a prospective partner, for example, you own a business, you want to come up with connection, partnership into a network. How do you do that? Well, you're looking at several barriers. It can be geographical, technological, or institutional. The word geographical is giveaway. No? You can have discontinuities that will often come up because of distance, cultural differences, for example, um, unexpected corners of the world because they're so far. Okay, so you can have a complex set of opportunities and also difficulties that have to be assessed as a result of the typical effect of geographical barrier, meaning you are far from each other. Okay, so you want to create a network, but the person is in Africa. Okay, you have a problem there. Then, of course, technological. The discontinuous opportunities often emerge when the intersection of different technologies are involved. Okay, when you have a technological barrier. Okay, one is sophisticated, the other is not so. Then you can have institutional barriers, which may come about if you have different objectives or origins of the institution. Meaning, you have two companies or more, but you have different mission, vision. You have different set of goals. Okay, so you have a problem there. Now, another barrier is from the point of view of relationship with prospective partners. The first one is, how do you find a prospective partner? This difficulty can be ideological. Why? Because many of your potential partners partners may not share the same values and norms that you have, which can be difficult because it prevents you from seeing threats and opportunities which may take place in between the two different world views or different set of values. Again, it can be demographic. Barriers to building effective network because you have different values and needs of different demographic groups, meaning do you belong to the 100 company, the companies that are more than 100 years old, and are you relating with a startup company? Demographics will come into play. Ethnic, meaning the barriers that are deep-rooted due to cultural differences between countries or different regions of the world. Uh, I took this from Birkinshaw and Besant, the one that I was telling you about in the video that you should see if you have the time. And these are very realistic barriers when you want to create a network formation. Now, generic approaches to new network formation. How difficult is it to find a potential partner? There are 4 approaches that you can do. Either you build relationship or you create a new network in areas that are close to you, meaning you want to create a network with people who are also interested to partner with you. Or you may want to seek out new networks in different areas. In the 2 cases, the one that is near to you is easier than the one that you want to network in distant areas because that becomes more difficult or harder. If you want to look into partnership with companies that are not so keen about engaging with you, meaning they're not really interested, first, you need to build relationship with these unusual partners. And then you are actually willing to move into uncharted territory because these are companies that you are not very familiar with, who may not be interested in partnering with you. Okay, so that depends on what you want. Okay, either you want a company that is keen in partnering with you, they like to partner with you, or is it a company that is not even interested in your own company? Okay, so there are several ways by which you can approach the problem. Okay, now, just like managing creativity, how do you manage innovative networks? Okay, well, first of all, you have to look at network boundary management. How the membership of the network is defined and maintained is actually important. So you need to look at what are the parameters by which you are working with one another. That's what we call network boundary. In short, in your contract, read it. Who will do what? Okay, and be sure that this person does it. Then who will do decision making? How, where, when, who, decisions get taken at the network level. And you need to manage innovation network to resolve conflict. How conflicts will be resolved effectively is very important. And then, of course, information processing. So how information flow among members is actually managed in the network. Okay, so check network boundary. Who will make the decision? How are you going to resolve conflict? How are you going to process the information there? Okay, then you need to manage knowledge. So knowledge that is created, captured, shared, and used across the network. What are the motivation of the members? So how members are motivated to join or remain with the network. Risk and the benefit sharing. How the risk are allocated across members of the network. And of course, very important is the coordination among network members, how the operation of the network are integrated and actually coordinated. There you go. So, managing innovation network also involves social innovation. Okay, you're not talking about the economics only. You're looking at technological innovation and social innovation, meaning how you respond or your company would respond to the society in general. So you take a look at the environment, the economy, and of course, the social aspect of the innovation. So all of this, you take into consideration that we are now in Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay, there goes. Now, according to Eve's dose, okay, to sum it up, data show that there are a variety of reasons, including M&A activity, legacy and growth into emerging markets, the size of the most firms' innovation footprints or networks is increasing. Obviously, the bigger the network, the greater the management, coordination, and running costs. So we already mentioned that large companies would be expected to be more innovative. But there are different reasons in terms of how we manage our activity, M&A activity, merger, and acquisition activity, legacy and growth into emerging markets, and the size of the most firms' innovation footprints or networks. Okay, they will always be increasing during Industry 4.0, and therefore we need to manage innovation network as well. Okay, now concluding remarks. Innovation networks support continuous improvement, the idea management and innovation management of a company. So they enhance the innovation process and are integral part of an innovation culture. So innovation networks also play an important role in digitization, okay, which is an important aspect of Industry 4.0. So we're moving out from analogs to digital technology. Okay, so there you go. Now, any questions so far? We are already having an information overload here. No? Any questions so far? Any question? Dara, do you have any question?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Comment, reaction, or you want any clarification, not necessarily a question, but you may want to say something? Anything? Any question? None? Okay. Now, let me start. By the way, we're almost done, no? In 23 minutes, I'll declare a lunch break, okay? But I'd like to introduce to you, okay, to sum up what we've been talking about, okay, before we talk about managing creativity. Because this is the very heart of our course itself, value creation. And on a nutshell, I'd like to share with you what are the processes and concepts involved in value creation. And you would be surprised that this will allow you to tie together what we have been discussing in the last sessions since Saturday of last week. Okay. So we're now tying up together. The next session will be managing creativity after our break, 1 hour break. And then we will be presenting, or you will be presenting, this time I'm going to hear from you, what innovative strategies, resilient measures were found by you in the heart of the pandemic time. Okay, so let me go to this very quick presentation because these are not really very difficult. This is not about network brokering and innovation partnership. Okay, this is a lot more easier to understand, believe me. So creating value for humanity should not be an afterthought, but it should be your core business strategy. Okay, uh, I have not really. This is not really earth-shaking saying by from one source, but it's something that is very important for us to understand. Okay, now there are key points that we need to understand when we're talking about decisions in a business enterprise. Okay, for example, in any business enterprise, if you own a business, if you are within a company, the quick questions are what to produce, the amount to be produced, when to produce, to order, to supply, where is the best location to work, the process that are involved, where are you going to store your products, how are your products designed, and who will do the work, which team should be involved. I guess these are very common questions that you need to address to when you are working in an enterprise. So commonly, you deal with measures and methods. So you have operations research, which is mathematically based. You can use models and abstraction. You can do performance metrics, trade-off analysis, and system approach when you're talking about decision making in an enterprise, right? Now, so let's take ourselves to what we have been talking about when we talk about innovation network. I mentioned this term to you, but I did not explain because I want to explain it at this point. The value chain concept. What is this all about? So a focus on value creation is a starting point to make business feasible and real. Okay. So what is this all about? Okay. First, we're looking at economic activity. So when you talk about economic activity, economy is a subsystem of society that consists in producing, exchanging, distributing, and consuming goods and services. Probably that is part of your management 101 class. Okay. So the function of this kind of human activity is to satisfy the needs of humanity under scarce and unequally distributed resources. And this involves changing the resources or transformation of resources, which is the key to deal with scarcity. Okay? If you have less product at the market, you want to actually ensure that this scarce product is made available. So in the market economies, the primary actors of economy are the company, as I already mentioned to you, the worker, and the customers. Okay. Let us focus first on the firm or the company that you will belong to. So in the company or the firm, the main goal is to earn profit through producing goods and services to satisfy customers' demand. You know that already. So when you make your vision statement, it outlines the organization's wants to be or how it wants to be in the world in which it operates. Okay, so it concentrates on the future. It is a source of inspiration for everyone in the company, and it also provides clear decision-making criteria. So it's just say, where do we want to go? That's your vision statement. And your mission would define the fundamental purpose or the reason why an organization or enterprise exists and what it does to achieve its vision. So it commonly describes the customers. In short, your mission will tell people what and for whom we want to do this. So why are we in existence as a company? So this is our mission. This is what we intend to do for people. And this is what we intend to support in the long run. Okay. Then you have shared values. In many corporations, you will get this term again and again because I said value uh, value creation, and we're focusing on concepts, okay, and processes. So shared values are beliefs that are shared among the stakeholders of an organization. So your values drive an organization's culture and set of priorities. On the other hand, when you talk about strategy, it's a combination of the measurable ends. What are your goals? And for which the firm is striving, and the means or the policies by which now. So in terms of a strategic logic of value creation, you have a model here that is prepared by Ron Sanchez and Amy Hen. The three components of strategic logics are all activities of an organization can be grouped in one of the four core processes. What are the processes? In any business company? Product creation, product realization, stakeholder development, and of course, transformation. And this is actually geared towards your organization concept, meaning you really have to have an organization concept to define how an organization will carry out the business concept. Okay, so the organization concept will tell you what are the resources, what are the controls and incentives, and your organization design. On the other hand, the business concept will define an organization's theory of value creation. And this is where we're interested. What are your targeted preferences? What are the key activities involved? And what is that your product can offer? So when you are talking about organizational concept, you're developing it. In business concept, you want to discover what it is. Okay, let's discuss them one by one. Your business concept will identify who your customers are, the product and services that you offer, and your key activities in the business. Your organizational concept will define what are your resources, the organization design for coordinating these activities, the controls to monitor its value-creating activities and incentives, or the plan for value distribution that as an organization will offer to attract and to motivate resource providers. So the core processes here involves product creation, product realization, stakeholder development, and of course, how you're going to transform the organization through which an organization tries to create and distribute value on a sustainable basis. Why sustainable is underscored here? Because if you create a business, you want to stay in the business for a long time. You don't want to stay there for 6 months only. So you create a business that will sustain itself for quite some time. So, in terms of processes, here are the elements of value creating processes. The main aim here is satisfying customers' demand. So, are you looking at utility, demand, and value? Second, you need to look at the competencies of the firm. And third, processes and operations that are involved in your firm or company. Okay. So the mission and value creating processes, we look into the competencies of the firm, the value creating processes, which is towards responding to customers' demand. Okay? You're not doing it for the sake of the company, but you're doing it for the sake of the customer. Okay, good. How are you going to measure performance? This is where the confusion lies now. Okay, commonly in management, students confuse one from the other. When you talk about effectiveness, this is doing right things. In short, you have to set targets that are right to achieve an overall goal. Or what is the effect that you are trying to achieve? And how much a process would lead to satisfy the customers. That's the bottom line for effectiveness. How about efficiency? Are they the same? No. Efficiency would refer to doing things in the most economic way. So, how much are you putting as an input and in relation to your output? In short, the question here is how profitable the process is. Okay. And there's a third measure that we commonly forget. Efficacy. What do you mean by efficacy? Getting things done. So if you have a target, you have to meet the target and achieve the target. Okay. Now, another term that you get to encounter is utility. Okay. In terms of value, what are the benefits? When you say utility, which is the benefit? A measure of the relative satisfaction from or desirability of consumption of various goods or services. Now, utility will really depend on the customer and the situation. The same good, for example, may have many possible values. It may be valuable to one group and may not be totally, it may be totally useless for others. For example, if you design a pair of tennis shoes, the tennis shoes that you actually design may be useful for people who have athletic activities. But for those who are couch potatoes, meaning those who live a sedentary life and does not want to do any form of exercise, the tennis shoes literally is not useful for them. Okay. Then it will depend on demand. Now, is the desire to own anything and the ability to pay for it and the willingness to pay at a given point of time. So when the demand, for example, for face masks was very high, people are willing to pay the high cost of a piece of face mask. Okay, why? Because it is in demand at the point where we are all required to wear face mask. So value, on the other hand, is a function of benefits in relation to cost. And that is what we're going to discuss in a little while. Okay. Now, bear in mind that when we talk about customer or consumer value, it can mean the following. Customer value is very subjective. That will depend on the customer's estimation of what is valuable to them. It is also relational. What do you mean by that? High benefits with even higher cost gives lower value. Okay, we already mentioned that last time. That will depend on how much benefit are you going to get out of it. So even if it has high benefit and if you increase the cost of it, the value in relation to the benefit gets lower because it's so expensive. It becomes beyond the reach of the people who may want or demand for it. Now, depends on technological characteristics, the culture, the reputation of the organization, and this is where branding, advertising comes in. You may have the same pair of jeans at a lower cost, but since the reputation of Levi's is there for more than 100 years, you would more likely buy Levi's. Okay. Then, of course, the staff representation, the way the staff actually promote the product and interact with the customer, the place and time, the timing, additional services being offered, and of course, what are being offered by the competitors. So the value of investment goods tend to be more objective. On the other hand, you have, if you compare it with technological oriented goods. Okay. Now, what are some customer value characteristics? Well, some of them will have consumer value. Again, I said it is very, very subjective because this will depend on the good or service. And therefore, if it is consumer value, it will become consumer specific. That will depend on who will be using or buying the goods. It will depend on the changes over a period of time and the changes during consumer interaction and the changes that is experienced during and after consumption. And of course, there will be the dimensions of consumer value. Okay? In terms of dimensions, we're looking at the value of the use, the link to the ability of satisfying the needs, of course. When you say the value place, geographically availability. And usually this is softened by the logistics that are available. By the way, when you talk about the value of use, the more useful it is to the consumer because it satisfies the needs, then it is valuable to the consumer. When you talk about value of place, that depends where you are. So a consumer good may be valuable for one that who is living in urban centers, but it can be totally useless for somebody who is living in a very rural area. Okay? So, for example, a very expensive set of shoes may not easily be marketed in a rural community. But for a metropolis, meaning an urban center, designer shoes can be marketed because they can create a demand there. That depends on the place and the value of time, which is provided when needed. Okay. And I think all the things that we needed during the pandemic would actually create a value because of the time that we are in. And of course, ownership value, meaning would it be there with you for a long period of time, or this is something that is disposable? So when you say it is disposable, you're looking at the cost and its utility at a short period of time. When you want to own it for a longer period of time, then you're looking for quality in relation to the cost. Okay. So, in terms of organization concept, okay, we're winding here. The efficiency needs would depend on the design. Of course, the division of labor, intra or inter-firm comes in. Then it depends on the coordination. That's what we've been discussing about innovation network, whether it's in the firm or between firms that controls and provides incentives. That will also depend on the resources available, procurement, allocation, inventory, the scheduling. So you can also look at transaction costs. What are the comparative advantages? And the vertical and horizontal integration, whether it is in or out of the firm. Okay? Now, here is how the connections, let's connect the dots this time. So, when we're talking about the different functions, you're looking at production, logistics, services, and at the end point of this will be the consumers. So when we get back after lunchtime, after taking food, which is substantial because we're going to have a 1 hour break, we will be looking at the competencies of the firm, okay? And then, of course, how we create the value, which is actually connecting us to our short presentation on managing creativity. The reason why it's relatively not a lengthy presentation, because a section already of how we manage creativity would already be discussed in this particular presentation towards the end. So the managing creativity section will simply be a wrapping up of what we are discussing today. Okay, just as a reminder, based on what Dr. Sari had sent me, here are the following groups. Okay, group 1, I'll just mention your first name so that you would know that you are the first set of presenter. Agus, Winda, Krishna, Gani, Policarpus, Laksana. The second group is Nanchi, Maya, Adalbertos, Gani Widito, Richard, and Wawan. The third group, we have Dara, Claudia, Rawia, Desi, Satria, and Michael. Have we accounted everyone? I think so. There are supposedly 18 of you in the group, okay? So, as agreed upon last week, you're going to use PowerPoint to make it easier for us to see your presentation via Zoom. And during your presentation, you may want to assign the members of the group in relation to the sections of your presentation. And then afterwards, you're given 15 minutes to interact with one another, make comments regarding the presentation. So during that 20 to 30 minutes, you have the show. And this is followed by one team or one group after the other. And then after which we're going to wrap up already. So right after managing creativity, we're going to come up with your presentations. Would that be okay?
Yes, Prof. That would be
Yes?
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
So get ready. But
Ma'am.
meanwhile, stand up, take a breather, take a walk, take your food, and rest a bit. So I'll see you at in your time 2 o'clock. Okay, I get confused because in my time it's going to be 3 o'clock. Okay,
Okay,
so
ma'am.
let's our
okay.
first unmute. You take your rest first. Okay. Are we ready to start?
Good afternoon, Prof.
Prof.
Good afternoon. I hope you all had a good lunch.
Yeah, Prof.
Time to review well. And I guess we're ready to start on the last leg of our session. And let's go back to our topic that we are discussing. Let me put this first on slideshow. Okay. Very quickly, we have been talking about uh, value creation, some very important processes and concepts. And the first to be discussed is about the firm or the company. Okay, so we are looking at the slide on what are required in terms of competencies of the company in order to be considered as uh, creative and innovative. So when we talk about competencies of the firm, we're referring to what could and wants to the firm offer to the customer. So you're looking at what can we offer to the customer. So both, it can either be effectively. Does the firm have the right offer, or we're referring to efficiently? Is there a good input output ratio? Okay, this is a very important competency that we should be able to confirm whether we have it or not. Then, of course, next would be the core business. That's the organization's main or essential activity, which is commonly articulated in the mission of the business. Okay, so are we truly aware that we have identified our core business, or have we spread ourselves too thinly? We forget what we are supposed to do. Okay. And then, of course, what are the core competency that we have? These are the specific factor in relation to ability, skills, knowledge, or in general competency that is central for a firm. So the core competency should contribute essentially to the end product's benefit. And it is not easy for competitors to easily imitate. So it can always be a leverage that is widely used to many products and markets. For example, certain companies pride themselves with their IT department or the information technology department. Some actually pride themselves because of their service department, their maintenance department. So they actually have certain core competency that they have identified within the firm, and they bank on that as their major strength. Okay. So according to Edward de Bono, companies that solely focus on competition will ultimately die. Those that focus on value creation will thrive. Well said. So what are the value creating processes? What are we talking about here? Okay. First, when we talk about value creation, it transforms the resources, including the competencies of the firm, into consumer or customer value. So what we offer as a company should be translated on what our consumer would value. So material processes, that means to say all the inputs to value, the production, the logistics, the inventory are part of this. No? So that includes at the same time wastage, spoilage, overheads that we have to account to. In addition, you also involve informational processes in both direction, planning, directing, controlling documentation, and of course, very important, would be your feedback mechanism. So the value processes that we're referring to, from the inputs to value, should increase the value of the product. That's what we commonly understand. So other processes are also involved. Let's not underestimate the R&D that we've been talking about in terms of return of investment, finance, and other factors, because these are also contributors to value creation. So a value chain, as we define it, is a chain of activities for a firm operating in a specific industry. The business unit is the appropriate level for construction of a value chain. So we will discuss only the first, okay, so that we don't get confused. The products pass through all value activities of the chain in order, and at each activity, the product gains some value. So as we go through one process to another, we should add value to your product. Let me explain that later on. So not to mix the concept of the value chain with the cost that takes place throughout the activities, because these are two different things. Your supply chain is the value chain concept that has been extended beyond individual firms. That means to say it can actually apply to the whole supply chain and the distribution network. So, for example, you produce a particular product. As it goes out from your firm's premises or the environment where your factory is, probably, you actually go through the supply chain. Okay, so how are your products distributed so that they will reach the customers appropriately or in the most shortest time? And all of this will be based on how you distribute, or the network that you establish to distribute the products. Okay, so we'll show you in a little while how this is done. Okay, so in suppliers value chain, you're actually looking at different activities here. Okay, so of course you have to ensure that its infrastructure is in place, human resource management is conducted, you have developed the technology and the procurement processes that are done. So this will involve your inbound logistics, meaning where do you get the supplies that will produce the products, the operations that go with it. Then you have the outbound logistics. So now you have a boxes of your finished product who's going to take them to your customers. So that's the outbound logistics. And then, of course, you have marketing and sales. And of course, service is very important. So there you have the margin of the cost involved in going through the whole process. And then, of course, as it gets out there, it goes to your customer's value chain. Okay? Now, very important when we talk about value creation would be how we analyze the value. So when we analyze the value, we have to make sure that we eliminate anything that which causes additional cost, but does not contribute to the value or function of the product or service. So as much as possible, we would like to ensure that we reduce cost while keeping the same level of benefit, or what we commonly say, while we maintain the value of the product. We do not need to increase the cost of the product. So your main objective should be the reason of the product itself. And without this, the product is useless. Okay? You have to make sure of that. Your secondary function is the support, the basic function of that particular product. Okay? So why are we producing the product? Without that particular objective, the product becomes useless. And if you do not support the basic function, the product is not there at all. Okay? Now, let us take a look at some very specific value chain so that you have a better understanding of how it looks like. In a particular corporation, okay, that you can see on the screen, this is Kansas Technology Enterprise. Okay, so this is the chain or the value chain that they have created in relation to stakeholders' value. So from applied research and invention, okay, this is followed by tech transfer, or what we commonly call technology transfer, because any invention, any innovation has to be transported or transformed into product development. Okay? From the product development, you have to incorporate capital. Okay? So you're coming up with a new venture, you provide a capital. It may come from your investor networks, or it will come from your private firm or company. And then when you provide or pump in capital, of course, you require for value added incubation. So you allow, for example, advisors, consultants, service provider to look into the possibility and feasibility of the product that you are coming in. Okay, so you want to produce a product, then of course you have to consult people whether this product would be good or not. Okay, they should be able to externally assess what kind of product are you producing before you can actually market it. No? So you are able to harvest the gains that you came up with the product that is produced from the invention level down to the incubation and down to the production line. Okay, so this is how they do it. And each level, they have sectors in the company that take care of it. So the K-Tech Centers of Excellence take care of research, innovation, and then product development. Then equity investment provide capital formation. The regional business assistance incubator provide them with the pilot study, assessing of initial pilot production before they go to KETI entrepreneur in residence to check out the final product to be marketed. Now, how about in TV? How do they go about it? Traditionally, if you have a studio like the Hollywood studios or independent producers, they actually use broadcast network like TV stations or cable network to package the content of the TV programs. And then the content distribution are broadcasted through different TV stations or cable networks. And then, of course, the interface that reaches the consumer will be the television set. Okay, so the end user there would be the viewers or the consumers. Now, in the process of doing so, how do they add value to the TV programs that is shown to the viewers or consumers? Well, aside from what I've just said in terms of traditional way of providing a television program, many of the independent producers and even Hollywood studios actually generate na content that they produce from feedback coming from the users themselves. So they check out what do the viewers say about their TV programs, which is actually a good advantage as they are able to produce user-friendly content. And then from that, they actually utilize other networks, other possible packaging. And this is where Google, Yahoo, a American Online, MySpace, Apple, etc., does the packaging of their product. Okay, so added value again. Content distribution did not end up through TV stations or cable network. They use RBOCs and the internet. No. Um, Cable stations now can easily be found in the internet, no, YouTube and other platforms. Then you have, instead of simply watching the program through television, you cannot carry, by the way, your television set around, but you wanted to watch your uh, precious ball game, your telenovelas. So what do? The TV content should be made available on mobile phones or other devices like tablet, or you can come up with a personal computer if you are in the office. All of this will wind up in the end user, who is your viewer or your consumer. Okay, that's one. Next, wireless networks. Here are some opportunities that wireless networks have taken into account to add value to what they are producing. So there are several categories here that we're referring to when we say wireless technology. So you have the chipset, infrastructure, or platform. And I mentioned about Simbayan, of course. And here in the Philippines, we have Sun and Intel. The rest, Qualcomm, Ericsson, OpenWave, are just some of the few um, infrastructure infrastructure or platforms that we use. Okay. Now, all of this drives the needs for insights coming from the consumers. So among the handset makers, you have Nokia, Samsung, LG, NEC, Sharp, and many more. So all of them, they have their own, no? And then they also have competitors among themselves. So you will see the new form factors, new features, the feature level, for example, like image resolution, the camera, the charging rate, the memory, etc. Then this may operate in different deployments. So 3G, 4G, 5G. Okay, so there you go. And of course, application developers are always looking for new value, like new products and application, market strategies, proposals for operators, and exclusive partnership negotiations. So there are also different operators and retailers that market the product. So in the market, they usually provide for new market planning, new product development, handset partners, handset design, proposals for application, content, and vendors, and regulations. Okay. So companies like Best Buy, Circuit City, Radio Shack always strive to provide new devices, services being introduced, and order cycles or holidays. Computer World, for example, here in the country, there are so many, no, Octagon and the biggest computer shops here in the Philippines are also in the same situation as those found in North America. Okay. So these are opportunities, and according to Jay's Summit, to be successful, innovation is not just about value creation, but also value capture. It is essential for us to understand that to create value in enterprise, it is very important to manage innovation and creativity as well. Which brings us to the next topic, okay, which is managing creativity. Okay, let me open the slide first. Okay, wait a minute. There goes. So we already defined earlier what creativity is in the first session that we have last week. And we are going to discuss different models this time in product development in order to add value to the product. And then of course, explain what do we mean by concept generation and the quality function deployment, and describe how to manage risk in technology development. So in terms of idea generation, the journey would be described based on the following. Okay, so if we are implementing a journey, we start from ideas. And the ideas are commonly based on customer needs. So we pass through gate one. And gate one allows us to enter the stage one, which is our idea formation. Okay? So in the idea formation, what we try to do is to filter, select ideas for preliminary investigation. Then we move to stage two, which is our concept formation. So from the different ideas, we put them together, which are important, which are less important, which ones we simply set aside, in short. So we filter the projects to business opportunities. In short, we develop now possible projects that will have opportunities for business, like can we commercialize the idea? Okay. Then stage three would be product development. So again, we filter the projects to product process development. Okay. So from there, we move on to stage four. That is test marketing. So we filter the product for a limited launch. So it's like pilot testing. We would like to make sure that the product would be commercialized if we know that the customers would want or like the product that we are launching. We're not yet selling the product. We're just testing it for marketing purposes. So I'm sure if you go for um, for the factory visit, you would see in their laboratory a lot of new products that you possibly have not seen in the grocery store, but are already on stages of development in the company. Okay, so if you do benchmarking, for example, in factories, you see a lot of them in their laboratories for pilot testing. Then the last stage would be marketing, where you filter the products and then you commonly come with international marketing. Sometimes many companies do not move it directly to international marketing. They may so decide that the product should be limited for local purposes. But of course, for large companies, that would be impractical because they've invested so much for product development and they would like, of course, to have a larger market share. So they would try to market to as many consumers as possible. And of course, the international market is your best place to sell your product. Okay. So, from the outline concept, therefore, you come up with a detailed design before you test and launch. So all of this is supported by your market knowledge and technological knowledge. And this is what we call, I guess I mentioned this already, because it looks like a funnel. No? So from a wider starting point, it goes narrower. So the development of the concept actually starts from the very beginning. Okay, idea, concept formulation, then you have a detailed design before you go through testing, and of course, launching of the product. So we can actually use a simplified four-stage model to describe this production of new products and services. Okay. We can start with project assessment and selection. So in the process, screening and choosing the projects which satisfy certain criteria can be a beginning stage for product development. And then before that, after we have made sure that this would cut across the criteria that we have set in, then we start translating the selected concepts into physical product or even a new service. And this is what we call product or service development. And then, of course, we go through product or service commercialization, testing, launching, and marketing the new product or service. Okay, so these are very simplified model that is commonly used when we actually generate the model. Okay, so you start from concept generation up to project assessment, down to project development and product commercialization. Okay, now you may be wondering, what is concept generation? We already know what is idea generation. Okay, but when you talk about concept generation, it has a far bigger meaning. Okay, so a concept is a set of ideas that we already have in the incubation stage. So the best strategies that we use is that it's based on the novelty of a new product. Commonly, concept generation may involve the following: incremental adaptation or product line extensions based on market pull. Okay, we remember the market push and the market pull. Pull probably is more likely based on customer demand. And then it could also be based on unaware customer needs. Okay, so where technology push the strategy to provide a solution. This usually happens when there is now the technology that is available, and we understand that this can provide a solution. However, the customer is not aware that this is already in existence and it is possible. Take the case of the mobile phone. The precursor of the mobile phone, if you recall, was the handset. It's a radio, actually. The principle is a radio set. So your voice is carried through the radio frequency waves. Okay, so I'm sure you have seen the handset that are big, like a telephone, that you have to carry around if you want to talk to people. Okay, Roger and out. Okay, come in, come in. No, so then you do radio talk. Okay. Now, we thought that was the best possible communication that we can do without necessarily bringing our home telephone with us, which is of course impossible because it is connected to a landline. Okay. We are not aware that it could be possible that we can have mobile technology for us. And here comes the first mobile phones. And this was introduced to the customer. So it was more of a technology push. We didn't know that it can be possible, but it's there. So we realized that we don't need to go to the telephone booth or bring with us that bulky radio to be able to communicate. And we happily found a solution to the problem on communication. And this is when the concept generation was very important. No? So it could actually be two ways: incremental adaptation, uh, little by little improvement on the product itself, which is based on the demand or the needs of the customer, or it could be a technology push. A technology was able to invent this. They were able to create this, and we're pushing this to you because it can solve a problem like this. Okay, so we buy that. Now, what are the tools to help with concept generation? Common among them is to do surveys and focus on what is needed based on the results of the survey. Or it can be based on latent needs analysis, meaning the inherent need of a customer for something. And we analyze which among these are important. And of course, it can also be done by looking at the lead users. Who are the people who will more likely use this? Because they will find this very important to them. And then, of course, customer developers. There are really people who study what are the future trends in customer consumption. And then many can do competitive analysis. Okay. And who are the competitors, which among the products would have less competitors and yet be able to respond to the needs of the consumers. And then, of course, many of these are generated also by industry consultants or experts who would say, look, in the next 5 years, more likely we're going to have a self-driving car. Okay. Now, would you like to be interested in this? Okay. So there you go. You have the best people in the field who are telling you more likely these are the in products in the next 5 years. And this is one area by which concept generation comes in. Now, actually, when you talk about concept generation, you can watch some videos in the link that we have provided, but we will not be able to watch all of them anymore because this will take so much of our time, and we need also to have your presentation of your PowerPoint later on. Okay, so please watch them during your free time because some of this video will take about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Now, project selection. Cost of failing is the best project for the cost of failing the best project will be based on the actual cost spent on poor projects or the opportunity cost of marginal projects which may have succeeded with additional resources. What do we mean by this? When we need to consider two things here. When we talk about cost of failing the best project, it's either the amount of money spent on poor projects or the loss of opportunity primarily because you did not provide resources on a potentially successful project. In both ways, you fail. Okay. So you need to have a criteria for selecting the best project that will produce a possible product which can be marketed commercially. And here are the levels of filtering. How would you separate them out? Well, you can take a look at aggregate product plan. When we say aggregate product plan, you're trying to integrate the different potential projects to ensure that the collective set of development projects meet the goals and objectives of the firm and help to build the capabilities that are needed. So you put all of them together, okay, different projects that are closely related to one another and find out which among them will respond to the goals and objectives of your company. And this is where you build the capabilities that are needed to develop the product. Okay. So in the product development, this stage includes the activities necessary to take the chosen concept and deliver a product or service for commercialization. Okay, so from ideas, you develop the concept, and this time you want to change from the concept to reality. Remember, concept are more of your set of ideas put together, and you put them together and you thought this is going to work. Okay, this is going to succeed. That's the reason that it's time for us to develop the product. Okay, so you may watch in YouTube, no, on this particular portal. Joe Tid, by the way, he is a major reference in this course. He talks about some of the reasons for product failure. So you may want to watch this in media and find out some of the reasons why products fail. Okay. Now, but I'd like to look at the other side of it, the success factors in new product development, because I guess you do not want to start your business with looking at why are you going to fail, okay? You're more concerned about why do you want to succeed, okay? So here are the factors that you need to know when you talk about success in your new product development. First, ask the question, what is your product disadvantage, by the way? What makes you different from the others? Or what we commonly say, differentiation. Okay? Are you able to produce something that is of low cost? Okay? Are you providing something that is efficient and effective? Okay, so all of this would be product advantage. Then, of course, what would be your market knowledge about this product? So it has to be a competitive product, and the industry analysis shows that, or the trend shows that. Okay, so we're going in that direction, and we see, knowing what is there in the market, we feel that we are able to go with the trend. Then you should have clear product definition. When you say clear product definition, you need to clarify what would be or what can be done by the product, what is the product for, okay, and how the product is going to be used. So then, of course, very important is be able to assess risk. That is, what is the feasibility of the product when it is commercialized? And then, of course, the project organization. Who will be involved in the product development? So you can actually form together multifunctional teams who would develop the product. And then the product resources, or the 5 M's, and the proficiency of execution, the quality of the technology activities that will be used. How are you going to test the product itself? Okay, so winning at a new product. Okay, the pink ones would be low, the green ones would be high. Okay. Of course, if you want your product to win, it must be superior over the other products. In short, it is far better than the other products. And another factor you may want to consider is early and sharp concept definition. What is this product for? Can it be competitive with the others? And this should be clearly articulated when we market the product. And of course, the synergy that is involved using technology. For example, before, you cannot imagine having a gadget that can do multifunction. Okay. Now, our mobile phone, the one that I'm holding and the one most likely that you're looking at, is not only one that is used for communication. It can be your camera, can be your alarm clock, your computer or calculator, it can store files, etc., etc. So, technological synergy, classic example is our mobile technology. Okay. Now, then you have pre-development process. Well, while it is not really that high in comparison to product superiority, the pre-development process should be simple enough that you can convert the commercial product with the least cost possible. Because as you increase the cost, the, the profitability of the product also goes down. And of course, market synergy. Because when you sell the product, you would like to ensure that it is actually something that is marketable. It's the in thing that is required. So when you sell the product, for example, if you notice Samsung or any of these mobile technology companies, before they even sell the product, Apple is one, they already have all this preliminary information campaign regarding what their product is. Steve Jobs is very famous in launching new Apple products himself. Okay, so they have a big launching event inviting key participants and distributors, and Steve Jobs is the one who will explain, you know, how this particular product would be useful for the consumers, how this is in terms of the market out there, that this is ahead of the pack, and so on and so forth. I think you saw Steve Jobs even launching the new products, even at almost the time when he was really very sick of pancreatic cancer. Okay. Now, product development influential factor. So what will govern this? So as you look at the screen, the figure there shows various factors that come into play. Of course, first would be as you can see, I'll start here. I'm not saying that the rest are not that important. I'm just starting the key factors influencing the success of new product development. Project leadership, executive support, management skills, the vision that is provided, the power that is actually injected to this particular product. And then, of course, from there, you have senior management. These are subtle control, the support or push that is provided by senior management. And all of these are also very important. Now, these also are very important are customer involvement. I'm sure before they even market the product, they would like to ensure that customers have been consulted, survey, you remember a while ago, has been surveyed what they really want and what they really need. So this brings about the product concept that is fit with the market and fit with the competencies of the company. I already underscored the importance of competencies within the firm, because if you do not have competencies and you develop a product, you may come out with a poor quality product because you're not prepared to develop that particular product. From that point on, you move to organization of development. Of course, if you take a look at all these processes, these are management and organizational processes that most of us are very familiar with. For example, project planning, overlapping stages, you look into that, cross-functional teams, internal communication, moderate tenure, gatekeepers, and external links. Okay. All of this part of the organization of the development. Now, this is linked closely to process performance. Okay, the lead time, which is the speed by which you develop the product, and then of course productivity. And coupled with this would be the supplier involvement, because a product will require logistics, the raw materials to put the product together. And most of the logistics will come from your supplier. Okay. Then, of course, you need to decide whether the market is large, whether it is for high growth, or it is a market of low competition, so that you are more or less the leader of the pack. And this is only when you have financial performance. So you check on your market share, the profit of the product that you have actually launched in the market, and what are the revenues that you get out of it. All in all, or in a nutshell, these processes are undertaken by most companies who have launched successful products. So, according to Steve Jobs, creativity is not just about connecting things. When you ask creative people how they did something, they would feel a little guilty because they didn't really do it. They just saw something, it seemed obvious to them after a while. That's because they were able to connect experiences they've had and synthesize them into new things. So it's actually telling us that it's so difficult to put a finger on creativity alone, because it's a series of processes. You are not aware of it, but you tend to manage or organize it. So Steve Jobs actually saw that opportunity, and he had been very innovative for most of the years. Okay, take a look at, let's find out the innovation in Coca-Cola Company, one of the very long-standing company that is worldwide. Okay, let's just a while. Okay, there you go. This is a new innovation by Coca-Cola. Hopefully this works. It's just a short video before we wind up. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. Watch. Okay, goes there. Oh no. It's going somewhere else. Okay, sorry for that, class. I'd like you to watch this video on your own free time. It actually cannot get into some other, how do you call this? Wait a minute. Actually, what they're trying to market here is the green bottle that is produced by Coca-Cola. The video is short, depicting on the green bottle that is totally recyclable, because the bottles that they are using are no longer the PEP, polyethylene, or the polystyrene that we commonly are aware of, that is highly polluting, but they're coming up with a highly organic material coming from plants, so that they are biodegradable and highly recyclable. The containers, that is the containers of Coca-Cola bottles, because they try to respond to the need that we have to contribute to the cleaning of the Mother Earth, and they have an alternative green bottle that are biodegradable and completely recyclable, so that they will not leave pollution footprints on the earth. Okay, so that's in a nutshell what is this case study on Coca-Cola all about. Now, City, on the other hand, this is a story about their progress, and you may watch them, about how they came about. It's a City, by the way, is an investment company. Some of them involve banks. Okay. Then we look at the influence of technology and markets on commercialization. Now, if you take a look at the four squares that you see on the screen, you actually look at the newness based on technology and the newness based on the markets. So when you talk about technology, it may be a new solution to what is an existing problem, or it could be a complex technological market that is co-evolving with what is the current market nowadays. Or if you look at the novelty of the market, this may look into the differentiated competition in quality and features, or it can be architectural. If you recall, we mentioned about architectural innovation, the novel combination on what is existing technologies that are happening today. So if you notice out there, if you go to department stores, okay, you can see a wide range of products. Some are simply providing us solutions to what is our problem nowadays. Okay, so new product comes in. Paper towels, for example, was not there. But since we want to have convenience in this, or instead of a washcloth, they produce paper towels. Not earth shaking, but still it responds to an existing problem. Or it can be competing in quality and features. So it's just differentiating the product in terms of its quality and features. So even in a simple grocery store, I already pointed out to you that they can actually, for a soap or detergent product, you can have so many varieties that you cannot decide what soap you want to buy. But in reality, if you ask me, what is really the use of soap? And we will be told that soap is primarily a cleaning agent. You don't really need the perfume, the antibacterial property, and so on and so forth. But they actually differentiate one another because of these features that they have added on. And then, of course, others are so complex in terms of technology, and the markets can actually evolve. As I already mentioned, self-driving cars. Okay. We haven't seen it yet in the market, but we usually predict that it's coming soon. Uh, it's not about some coming up with a car that is new to us because we're using cars nowadays, but the fact that it's going to be it will be co-evolving with what is our current understanding of a car. But this time, the main difference is that it can drive itself. I am thinking more likely it will have a very, very complicated sensors that are installed in the car to ensure that we are actually avoiding any accidents by hitting each other using a self-driving car. So the sensors must really be very sensitive. Okay. Then it could be a combination of existing technologies. And I already showed you a very typical example of this. Mobile phones are constantly changing. Even if you're using the same technologies, the features would usually be a combination of new ones. Okay, so every time you have a new cell phone, more likely it has a new feature that is coming out because of the perceived need by the consumers. And then, uh, what is the relationship between innovation and performance? Okay, so when you talk about process innovation and product innovation, they have higher relative quality. Okay, so usually when you have process innovation, you are looking at the how of it. The product is the what of it. Okay, so what is the result? The product. How do you go about it? It's the process. So they are of higher relative quality. So in the end, what you're looking at is better relative value, improve image or brand reputation for products, and then of course a growth or an increase in the market share. Added to that, of course, is your idea that if you undergo process innovation, you would also decrease the relative cost of the production. Okay, so if you come up with a product innovation, your idea here is that you're going to improve your image or your brand reputation. Okay, so both ways, whether it's a process innovation or a product innovation, the end point there is you're hoping that you are going to uh, improve or increase your market share. Okay. Now, what is quality function deployment? Okay. Again, this is still how we manage our creative endeavors within the company. When you talk about quality function deployment, you're actually relating or translating customer requirements into development needs. And this encourages communication between engineering, product, and marketing. Uh, Put into simple words, you are trying to find out what are the customer needs, whether it's primary, secondary, or anything that they do not like out of your product. And then you rank what are these requirements according to their value or importance, and then translate the requirements into measurable characteristics so that you are able to address them very well. Example, they dislike the scent of your product. Okay, if it's a soap, they do not like the scent. Okay, so what else do they not like? Okay, oh, they're not happy about the color or something like that. Uh, they would like to be the soap to be moisturizing. Okay, and has a wonderful scent and so on and so forth. Now, as a company, it is very practical for you to first look at what are this that they're telling you. Okay, what is important here that you need to change, and it is only then that you actually translate this requirement into something that you can measure in terms of, okay, what do we do if we do not like the scent? Okay, probably it's due to unstable essences that we have added, because when they came out from the production line, they seem to smell okay, but after a few months they smell like a skunk. Okay, so there is something wrong and we need to address that. So only then can you do something about it. That means to say you need to translate it into measurable characteristics that you can undertake changes or value creation processes that we have just mentioned a while ago. Okay. Now, in the same manner that you need to establish relationship between the customer requirements and the technical product characteristics and be able to estimate the strength of that relationship. So here you choose appropriate units of measurement and determine target values based on customer requirements and of course, based on your competitor benchmarks, which usually is based on how you perceive the competitor that is selling the same product as you do. Okay, so the QFD matrix, QFD means quality, function, deployment. So from customer requirements, in order of preference, because you need to ensure that you prioritize which are very important, you're looking at also the competitor assessment and customer perceptions here. Then it is only then can you do some technical assessment to the product. And from there, having assessed the product, you look at the matrix between customer requirements and the design options that you can possibly have. And then come up with your design options before you create a matrix for your option. So that before you actually deploy the product, you already have an idea as to the quality function of the product. Why? Because you have looked into two aspects, the customer and your competitor. And what do they say about possibly the product requirement that you are about to undertake? Only then can you go through the process of technical assessment, looking into the relationship between the two before you can come up with your own design options. Okay, and with the design options, you can make a decision which among these can be used for your product development eventually. Okay, now consumer versus the business market. Consumer markets involve behavioral approaches, segmented. It could be a socioeconomic, it can be life cycle groupings. This will depend on lifestyle, psychographics, whether they are yappy, dinky, yappy, sitcom, depending on what group do they belong. So this is what we call segmented customers. On the other hand, when you talk about business market, this is how you reproduce, resell, whether you are end user or whether you are the producer. Then what are the buying factors in purchasing process? So these are the actual ways in conducting business itself. Okay, so two things, yet they are closely complementary with one another. Consumer markets, okay, will be closely related to your business markets because the way you produce, you resell, whether you look into buying factors will always depend on the consumer. Okay, so they go hand in hand. One cannot go without the other. Okay, so what are the manufacturing risks in technology development? Well, you need to manage technology first. So you need to appraise, identify technologies and evaluate, select on the basis of the data from your appraisal, and then of course select the best technology, then develop. So R&D develop can be a route by which you can go through technology and demonstrate its applicability and effectiveness. R&D very important in your development. Then before you go to field trial, where you execute field demonstrations for the target product that you have, and then before you can commercialize the technology and implement it to the market. Okay. This is essentially the same in product development. If you take a look at technology development, it's still the same. Okay. You still have ideas coming in, coming up with a concept, select among them, develop, then test the technology before you operate. Okay. So differences between products and services. Of course, the main difference is tangibility. Tangible products, services can be a little bit difficult to to look into in terms of tangible outputs. although you can measure it by metrics. Then the perceptions of service quality or ServQual by Parasuraman. Um, there are tangible aspects and perceptions, but more likely they are measured by responsiveness, competence, assurance, empathy. So simultaneity of service produced and immediate consumption is very important. And of course, you look at products in terms of storage, and of course, serve consumer contact. These are about the services required in terms of your consumers. And then, of course, location is very important. The contact with customers and near simultaneous co-production and consumption of services is essential. Why? Because if you need to ship the product from a factory that is so far away from consumers, your problem there would be the storage shelf life of the product. Unless, of course, you're producing steel. Okay. But there are many products that may change in quality as you move them from point A to point B, especially if the distance is quite far. So you need to take into consideration all of this. Okay. So here are the characteristics summary of the service innovators. Okay, the characteristics of service high innovators. So what are the descriptors here? No? For business descriptor, you have innovation outcomes, which is based on sales from services. So it could be a new service versus that of the competitors. It could be based on customers, that is focused on key customers, or relative customer base. You already have a target customer. It will be based also on the value chain. So who are your key suppliers? What are your value added to the product itself? The operation cost, the vertical integration, that is how you manage the relationship with the competitors. And then, of course, the amount of innovation input. What is the R&D, how of the R&D, the fixed assets and sales, and your overhead sales as well. For low innovators, you see the average. No? Where is the high thing here? So don't notice customer base is very high for high innovators, high also for value chain, and more focused than the competitors for customer base. These are high innovators. For value chain, they are highly strategic. Notice that low innovators would normally have average to low performance in all these business descriptors: innovation outcomes, customer base, value chain, innovation inputs. So you would rather be a high innovator rather than a low innovator in this case. Okay? So these are based on literature. Okay. Now, we're almost there. I'm just summing up what we've been talking about in terms of characteristics of service innovators. The context among high innovators is very high. Whether it's a recent technology change or the time to market, it should be less than 1 year for high innovator. Okay. So if they have a product, they're highly innovative, they should be able to translate ideas, concept, testing, or launching into less than 1 year. Then the competition. Okay. Competitor entry is very high for high innovators. Import-export versus the market is relatively low. Okay. The quality of offer will always be improving from product A to product B. Product B should be of higher quality than product A. So value for money, of course, should be better than the competitor. Output, of course, should be translated much higher. It's much higher for a highly competitive networks. So what are the success factors in service innovation? Using SPOTS model, strategy, process, organization, technology, and tool system, you have a plethora, a long list of success factors, beginning with the highest customer focus. Okay, so the graph here shown, wait a minute, I'll have, okay, which is the framework for assessing new service development. You will notice that very high would be customer focus, design standards, project orientation, information systems, computer production and delivery, computerized production and delivery are the key factors here. The others are important, but you know, these are the key ones that should be taken into account. The spider framework, as you can see, like a spider web. Okay. Now, based again on Edward de Bono, I love his quotes on management, by the way. As competition intensifies, the need for creative thinking increases. It is no longer enough to do the same thing, no longer enough to be efficient and solve problems. That means to say, in order to stay in the market, we need to manage creativity and innovation. That, in a nutshell, is what we have been talking about in the last 2 days. Okay? Now, question. And because I'm so excited now with your presentations. Any question?
Prof,
Go ahead. Loud and clear. I can hear you.
when we are talking about innovation, I'm curious about soft drink business.
Okay.
Like Coca-Cola has a
Okay.
taste that is loved by people almost all over the world, but
Okay.
they don't change. I mean, they don't have any innovation for the taste. I think they don't extend or diversify the taste. Is it called the phenomena that soft drink do not apply to innovation? And I give you some example also, like Pocari Sweat. They don't change also the taste. What do you opinion, Prof?
Okay. Now, the taste remains the same. Okay. Coke adds to life. Okay. That's the marketing salvo that Coke is telling us. Okay. Now, do you know that Coke and Pepsi Cola started off as medicines? Okay. For indigestion. Okay. They tend to, when you drink Coke, for example, or Pepsi Cola, you will notice that you tend to burp. Okay. And when you burp, you feel a lot better because gases have already accumulated in your stomach. Okay. So that was the original idea. It only became a soft drink much, much later. The idea of a carbonated drink, by the way, when you talk about Coca-Cola, it's just, you know, primarily the main ingredient is carbon dioxide. That is dissolved in water to form carbonic acid. That's why soft drinks are quite acidic. Okay. Now, so if you are hyper acidic, refrain from taking a lot of soft drinks, regardless of what brand it is. Okay. The question that you're talking about is quite unique because, in a sense, the taste did not change. But believe me, Coca-Cola had evolved over the years in terms of the following. Packaging, okay? From the regular Coca-Cola shape, they now offer you smaller bottles, different sizes. you can come in glass contain or glass bottles, and now you have polyethylene bottles in different sizes. Okay, now these are product innovation that did not affect the original taste of Coca-Cola. Why? Because you have to remember the way when I told you, you have to look into what is your market value. It would have been disastrous if they changed the taste of Coca-Cola, right? Did Coca-Cola innovate in other ways? Yes. The way they marketed the product, the way they extended their market space by allowing vending machines in literally every street corner in the United States so that Coca-Cola can easily be bought anywhere and everywhere. You notice that? So it does not mean they do not innovate. Coca-Cola is one of the, in order to remain that way, they're highly innovative, okay, in different ways. But they also understand their market value, who they are. It's a soft drink, okay? Now, in addition to that, by the way, do you know what is the formula of Coca-Cola? Of course not. You don't know it. Actually, they say there are only 2 persons who knows about the exact formula of Coca-Cola, because that's the very essence of their existence. Okay? So, if they feel that the marketing strategy is getting weaker, they change their market strategy. And over the years, if you watch the advertisement of Coca-Cola, they have evolved in many, many ways. Now, that many ways will always drive you to grab a bottle of Coca-Cola. Isn't that innovative enough? Okay? Very important. If you're selling clothes, if you're selling soft drinks, don't forget what you're selling up. No? So don't sell milk with soft drinks because you're selling only soft drinks. If you're selling dress, okay, do not put the shoes on the dress because that's going to be difficult. If you over diversify, you're going to have a problem with it, as many companies found out later to to their failure because they forgot who they are. Okay, all companies are innovative. They are always creative. It may not be in all aspects, but they are creative in other components that is very important to them. Okay, so Pocari Sweat, why do you buy it, by the way? Of course, no, it's just water, no, they say, but of course there are added elements to it. Do you know what it is? I don't know either, but they know why they are marketing it. If you have an exercise, a strenuous exercise, you do jogging, you do gym, then you grab Pocari Sweat. Okay. What else? What other questions do you have?
I'm curious. You know what? Pepsi Cola in Indonesia, they have already bankruptcy. But the competitor Coca-Cola, they don't do innovation, but they will kick off Pepsi Cola in Indonesia. That's why I'm very confused about the innovation of Coca-Cola.
The same is true here in the Philippines. I think Pepsi Cola, I'm not so sure if it's still being marketed. I think it's not about a question of just simply innovation. It could be possible that it's something to do with management as well. There are other factors that may contribute. But believe me, all products that are still in existence have continually innovated over the years. In other aspects, as I've already told you, they try to permeate our way of life in other ways without necessarily changing themselves. Okay, it's still a soft drink, by the way. In fact, they have already many competitors, right? They have fruit juices. You have different milk products, right? But when the advertisement comes in Coca-Cola, you suddenly realize, I need to grab Coca-Cola. Why? Because they're very innovative in their marketing strategy. Okay, so it's not about only the product itself, but the way you market it or advertise it. Okay, what else? Quite unique, right?
Thank you, bro.
Okay, what else? Do you have any question? Uh, because if you have none, can I, okay, can I request, we have, are you ready for your presentation? Let me check first. For group one, who's going to lead the presentation? Can I have a hands up, please? Who's going to lead the presentation? Winda, okay? I'll take note of that. Winda, okay? So Winda, you're putting in the presentation yourself, okay? And the rest will follow. Then for group two, can we have hands up, please? Who's going to make the presentation for you? Group two,
Adalberto, Prof.
Adelbertos, good. So he would start off the presentation. Group three,
Dara, Prof.
okay. Dara. Good. Okay. Are you now ready? If you notice, I already stopped my sharing to allow, let's see, Winda to start off the discussion. Okay. So for today, we are happy to hear the presentations of 3 groups regarding innovative strategies of businesses during the pandemic. Okay. Go ahead. Take it away, group 1.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mami.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me share screen first.
Yes, please. Okay.
Okay, we are from group 1 who would like to present about Starbucks. So, first we will explain about the marketing of Starbucks, and it will be presented by Krishna first, Prof.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
We are from Group 1. We are going to present about Starbucks. First of all, why Starbucks? We, as a member of Group 1, we conclude that Starbucks is one of the biggest coffee company or one of the biggest brand well known in Indonesia. So we really would like to know about their strategy during this COVID, and because before the COVID, they already have like magnificent smart marketing strategy, like the reward something, or there are so many store that will attract us as a customer. So so I think I'm going to present to all of the other people here in the Zoom. What the first marketing strategy before the COVID first. Sorry, Winda, before Starbucks is in 2019. Starbucks has 57 new stores. They're expand everywhere in Indonesia, totaling about maybe 400 stores. Okay, next. And Starbucks has also one of his prime jewel store in Bali. is the size is 1,850 square meters. Like as we discussed, nowadays people are more care about experience during their visit into one of the maybe like a coffee shop or something. They care more about the experience because people will post the place in Instagram, and then that will be a good marketing strategy. Because Starbucks in Indonesia has been challenged by many local brand, many coffee brand from local. So I think one of the strategy, like they have to build like a lot of coffee shop, a lot of marketing, and a lot of maybe something to build customer experience. So they will be very special when they are visit Starbucks. Next win. And also in Jakarta, we have our first MRT located near MRT Bundaran HI. So Starbucks also have a store there because people always come and go in the MRT store. So I think it's a good marketing strategy because people that going to go to work will buy a coffee and stop there and just go to work after that. Next will be presented by siapa Win?
Me.
By Winda. Thank you.
Okay, now I would like to explain about the one of the digital initiative by Starbucks. So Starbucks has, as we know, Starbucks has rewards loyalty program, and based on the data we get, during this pandemic, so from the end of
Hello, disconnected. Winda?
Winda, you're disconnected.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Krishna, can you share the screen and I can continue?
Yeah, I think something is wrong with the Windows connection. Will one member of the group please carry on with the presentation? Just simply share the screen so that one of you can take over. Okay, there. Okay, next.
Yeah, allow me to continue on behalf of Winda, right? And this is one of the program that they initiate to picking up when they got an impact from the COVID-19, right? Because like we know that in Indonesia during the COVID-19 is impact deeply for the retail store, yeah, especially retail store that inside the malls, which is almost 2 or 3 months lockdown. So there is they cannot open totally 100%. Starbucks also has inside the malls, right? During the pandemics. Nah, they improve the reward loyalty programs, yeah, and increase the membership. Yeah, we can see in the slide that even in the last year, 2019, they have a 1.6 million subscribers, but in August last month until last month is increased, yeah, even about say less than 10%, but can contribute for the revenue to pick up the revenue in the Starbucks. So this is one of the idea that they want to turn back because of impact of the COVID-19. So make more on the loyalty program. Okay, next. And a lot of initiative that Starbucks released during the pandemics, because for certain situation they have I mean a lot of time to discuss for the internal team. Yeah, some of this list is related with the CSR also, and branding awareness, and make a Starbucks look like greeners. Yeah, and friendly with our earths. Yeah. So in the list you can see rebuilding Lombok with the habitat to community, and also and the last one, COVID-19 deliver over 40,000 FMB packets to the 49 hospitals. Yeah, and so on. That's also shown that Starbucks is care about the situation outside there. Okay, next. Yeah, also Starbucks open the community stores. Yeah, this is to what we call like strategy to get community outside there, or organization outside that, working with NGO, support the local NGOs to create additional something like that. So this is to make that all the Starbucks lovers more understand that the coffee Starbucks is a care for the community also as well. Yeah, next. Yeah, another initiative they improve on the digital side. Yeah, even as we know that in Indonesia, we can order the Starbucks through the website. Yeah, as a membership also, but they improve also. For example, like customer can order through WhatsApp also. Yeah, even still in the piloting in 5 stores. Yeah, keep improve for the digital, because Starbucks said what we are talking here, especially Starbucks Indonesia, they said that after the pandemic, they need to survive and can be win for the competitiveness. Yeah, next. Yeah, of course on another way is to improve for the delivery rights or takeaway, because most people or Starbucks lovers stay at home or working from home. Yeah, so working closely with a Gojek, Grab, GoPay, that's a e-wallet that top 4 in Indonesia. Yeah, and then they release also one, what we know is 1 liters bottles, right? Because can be increase the price, I mean the revenue, and also when customer order can be drink for couple days. Yeah. Next. Yeah, I think who will continue for this one? Gani.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Prof. Let me explain this part.
Go ahead, Gani.
Yes, seizing opportunities. In the crisis, Indonesia is still in the 7th position in the world economy. This is because there are 135 people in the consumption class. And the survey show the food and beverage industry will still survive. Yes, you can see the retail sector chart on the right this page. Okay, next. Okay, store versus digital versus hybrid. Starbucks is developing a strategy for the store, digital and hybrid. They adapt to change in consumer behavior during a pandemic, such as adjust the shape and type of store, see the exciting competition, and maintaining the brand position as the market leader. Customer behavior. Starbucks prioritize location as well as seizing raw material to avoid customer distraction. by increasing the store rates to provide more service and accommodation, special delivery coverage for home orders so that consumer get more quickly. And store type preference, in line with the current pandemic conditions, Starbucks priorities drive-through and curbside pickup. This is one of the ideal solution service to keep interaction with customer while still providing safe and fast service, so as the maintaining health protocol. And competitive landscape, seeing and considerable number of competitors, Starbucks remains competitive in position as the market leader, with the solution of taking over the main location of competitor and then developing technology-based application to develop location map using the gap map application so that it can accurate map the exact location, especially real estate area. Okay, real estate tenant market provide more supply for the real estate market to provide customer with faster service for long-term growth. Okay, next. Right sizing. Overall, food and beverage market will continue to grow, but COVID-19 will alter customer behavior. The next strategy is to adapt the market to new customer behavior. New strategic initiatives such as digital marketing and ordering, drive to purchase, and serving new menus, maybe like 1 liter bottle. Next, make efficiency and simplification of the bureaucracy for cost effectiveness. Immediately resolve issues and crisis in the organization. Use a consultant or third party. Okay, next. Nah, prudent expansion. You can see in the picture in Beijing, China. Starbucks set up shop with pick and go concept. Consumer can order in advance via the application, then they can immediately pick up when their order is ready. This will reduce queues and congestion of people in one room. This is innovation made after the pandemic. Okay, next will be presented by Ari.
Okay, thank you, Gani.
Okay.
Now we will talk about future project of Starbucks Reward. Facing a pandemic situation like this, Starbucks has made many innovations in service such as Starbucks move to mobile order and pay. It's like mobility, convenience, and cashless lifestyle. Number 2, Starbucks also give a voucher, a gift or a voucher distribution via SR application. And number 3, Starbucks has cashless store. The first store at Tokopedia Tower. Starbucks has store only cashless transaction. Next. We will talk about Starbucks strategic priorities. In a pandemic era, where growing is very difficult to do, Starbucks changed several priorities, strategies like Starbucks focus on drive-to store format as the only cafe claimed with the concept. Taking advantage of work from home trend by growing present in new cluster of residential areas. Benefit from large site selection availability with affordable rental for long terms. Opportunity to redefine new store concept as third or fourth place on new normal. Is Indonesia market present in line with government delay pon in Papua October 2021. Next. It's about grow brand strategies priorities. Starbucks also continue to prioritize the growth of its brand like opportunity on increased site vacancy due to competitor downsizing or out of business. Leverage on good relation in big developer. Benefit from crisis disruption to gain market share. Capturing residential cluster with standalone store in Jabodetabek. And then entering new market outside Jakarta. And the last one, new normal concept store to accommodate social distancing, delivery, and pickup service like a picture. And the last one, conclusion with Pak Laksana.
Winda, are you there?
Yeah, I will take over
You
the
want to?
conclusion.
Okay,
Sorry,
go ahead.
sorry, Prof. Nomi, for the inconvenience.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so um, the conclusion of the Starbucks initiative during pandemic. So as we already heard that Starbucks do some digital transformation during this pandemic, and the main purpose is to give a seamless customer experience during this pandemic. So the customer will still can enjoy Starbucks products while they're at home. And some of the most important initiatives from our perspective are the Express Store, as we saw from the presentation. So the Express Store is the smallest format, the small format of the Starbucks store. And they also, just like other coffee chain, they released the 1 liter size bottle for takeaway. And some of the loyalty programs. And they also provide us with e-wallet payment and partnership with Gojek and Grab to deliver their products to the consumer. And some of the improvement digital transformation, such as the digital banner, digital menu, and partnership with Lazada. I think that's all from our group, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Group 1, you did a very good job in explaining how Starbucks as a coffee company had evolved into various components in order to strategize themselves into one that is resilient enough to survive the pandemic. By the way, before we move on, any other members of the class who wants to ask them questions about their presentation on Starbucks? If you recall in our discussion this morning, there is an underscoring in terms of innovation network that I mentioned to you based on Schumpeter's hypothesis that uh, large companies normally are better able to innovate and respond to changes that will happen in case there are sudden jolt or disruptions in the environment. And this is actually a classic example of that particular case, a very large company. By the way, Starbucks is not only in Indonesia, it's worldwide. It's in every street corner in the busy areas in Metro Manila and the metropolis in other parts of the Philippines, so that you can see the many ways by which they're able to do so. And notice the time of the pandemic, they're able to reposition themselves in order to grab the market share that is expected of them in many ways than we thought of. Okay. So any question from the members of the class who are not in group 1? Do you have anything to add to the report that you have made, Laksana?
Oh, yeah, I think all there's from our group already explained. Yeah, and what I'm really uh, appreciate to Starbucks is they keep continue to improve even in the middle of pandemic, which is their revenue is turned down, and they want to picking up to continue the business, because of some other competitor, as we know, is also have to close the business or even reduce the number of the stores. Yeah.
Yeah,
What I heard during the pandemic, even they opened about 3 stores during the pandemics, 3 new stores. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is something that is worth emulating for other stores. And I realized one of the aspect of your report has something to do with Starbucks being able to help different community projects, which does not necessarily be to their profit advantage, but it's more of service to the community, which is actually a very important strategy in order to catch customers, because customers would usually patronize corporations or companies that do service to the community. In short, they give back to the community. Okay?
Yeah,
So,
that's correct. Yeah.
okay, that's good. So, I guess we need to move on to group number 2. Thank you, group number 1. So can we hear now from Adalbertus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, loud and clear.
Okay. Maya, please share screen, Maya.
Yes, hold on. Bimo, let's go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Bu Sari, and good afternoon, Prof. Naomi. We want to present our result about how business industry worked during COVID-19. Before that, let me introduce our member. Our member consists of me, Adalbertus Bimo Anindya, and we got Gani, Maya, Ing Chichun, Richard Yang, and Wawan Ismawandi. First of all, human being are social creatures. We live side by side with each other. Human needs to adapt, such as with technology, environment, and so on. Today, humans facing a big problem. It is because of COVID-19. Currently, we are updating with the global pandemic of COVID-19. We need to be able to adapt from this situation. Not only human, everything on this planet need to survive and adapt. Right now, we have to adapt to online classes. It doesn't matter for me to adapt. How about you guys?
Surely we should embrace the changes, right, guys? So as Albert Einstein said, the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. As we know, many segments of economy have been affected by this pandemic situation, from food and beverage system, automotive, education, health and lifestyles, and to all other segments of economic. As the first group has been discussing about how Starbucks cope up with their business in this hard situation, we can learn so many things from them. And now, we will also like to discuss about another food and beverage segment and find out their ways to survive, especially in one specialized food industry that serves special dining experience, all-you-can-eat restaurant. We want to make sure we can deliver the information in a simple way. So how will this presentation will be going on?
Okay. As we're doing an online class right now, type of studies during this pandemic. Traditional way of presentation have its own problems, such as unstable internet connections and computer errors. Okay, modern problems require modern solutions. We bring a modern way to present our presentation with millennial styles. So Prof. Nomi, interactive way by presenting using video. Can we proceed, Prof? Excuse me, Prof. Nomi.
I think you just start the video.
I think we should just continue then.
Okay. Prof, we would like to show you our presentations through interactive video. Can we proceed?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on a second, please.
Hey MMT women, we are from group 2 consists of Adalbertus Gani Widito, Maya Anggraini, Chichun, Richard Yang, and Wawan Ismawandi. And today, we would like to talk about how do business cope up during pandemic, especially during COVID-19. So today, we will discuss about current status of selected industry, and we specifically choose restaurant industry and how they make their solutive movement.
Based on local news, data show that restaurant revenue fell by 70% worldwide. Even in some places, the rate declining up to 80%. In Indonesia, data show from 9 restaurants in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Bandung, Depok, only 2 units open for business every day and 1 unit focusing on delivery mode.
So, why is this happening? Because due to COVID-19, people are afraid to go outside. They prefer to cook themselves.
But the show must go on. So how do restaurants, especially that serve cooking experience such as all-you-can-eat restaurants, try to cope up with?
All-you-can-eat restaurants seems a glimmer of hope where people start to feel fed up by homemade meals. So they came up with a new business idea.
When people are afraid to leave the house, the restaurant brings the experience to their house.
Pochajang is one of all-you-can-eat restaurants that affected by COVID-19. During the pandemic, they make innovations such as takeaway orders from the restaurants and food delivery services for the customers to obtain their revenue loss during the global pandemics of COVID-19.
Gembul has the same problems with Pojajang. They made another innovation by delivering a deluxe barbecue restaurant experience straight to the customers at their home. The employees serve the customer order directly by cooking their meals in front of the customers.
Those are several ideas during social distancing. So, how about at new normal? Let's check out this video.
All-you-can-eat restaurants see opportunities and use their creativity to create a new innovative way of approaching customers. Therefore, they can cope up well in this pandemic situation.
Thank you for listening. And any question?
Okay, thank you very
Okay, Prof.
much.
Nomi. That's all from group 2.
Okay, thank you, group 2. Just like group 1, well done. And I was just wondering because these are eat all you can restaurants, right? And
All-you-can-eat restaurant, yes.
they were able to you they were able to cope up with the pandemic, whereas I know of eat all you can restaurants here in the Philippines that have to close up because the customers, the problem with social distancing. And I find that very innovative on the part of a particular restaurant in Indonesia that was able to survive the pandemic. Now, based on the time when you were preparing this particular report, what insights did you learn from your particular experience? What did you learn out of this? I'm sure you went through, you asked people how to do this. and how did they survive in this? How do you see the particular experience doing this requirement? Anyone from group 2?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to answer that kind of question, Prof. Uh, One thing that all you can eat restaurants wants to do, and because every restaurants have their own loyal customers, have their own typical and specific customers, and all you can eat restaurants have already the loyal and the very specific customer, which is people wants to go to all you can eat restaurants, wants to feel the experience how to cook by themselves, how they can choose their favorite uh, uh, meat, for example, their favorite food, and then they can decide how they can cook it and how they can eat it. So that kind of experience in the previous, before the pandemic of COVID-19, is changing. But the all you can eat restaurants firms did do not want to lose that kind of experience. So they have to create a new experience for the customers. So they create the delivery system, so everyone can take away. Everyone can choose what package of uh, the food that every public want to order. And then the second innovation that all you can eat restaurant do is to make the all you can eat restaurant in customers home. So they moved their experience dine in restaurant to dine into home of every customers. So this experience, the experience from customers, they can feel the experience, but they do not have to go to the restaurants. Restaurants will come to you. That the second innovation from all you can eat restaurant in Indonesia. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. There is something that I've learned from what you're presenting. There's really no limit to innovation, right? No matter how difficult the situation is, we always find ways in order to respond to this. Although this time it may not necessarily be for profit, which was what we were talking about during the presentation. This time, the underpinning reason that motivates them is to simply survive, to stay in business until the environment is more conducive to conduct business. We're talking about new normal, right? Which is a beautiful learning experience for me, considering that businesses can move so fast in order to respond to a critical disruption that otherwise we have no way of anticipating, right? You may think about downturn in economy, many other factors that we are quite familiar with, but a pandemic, more likely we will only experience this in our own lifetime, right? Okay.
Pak Wawan, lanjutkan Pak.
Giliran pada disconnect aja, panggil gua. Ntar baru jeng datang lagi.
By the way, presentasi kelompok pro bagus banget. Wow. Keren banget.
Bisa aja nih Mbak Dara nih.
Bisa.
Seriusan, wow.
Bu Sari mana?
Bu Sari.
Siapa yang bikin tuh kelompok 2 videonya?
Ya,
Bareng-bareng Bu. Tapi
Oh.
Maya yang edit Maya.
Editor Maya, Bu. Kita casting doang.
Iya, pinter-pinter bohong, Maya.
Bu Sari, congratulations ya, Bu Sari.
Apa tuh, Pak?
Congratulations ya.
Iya, Bu.
Congratulations apa, Pak?
Ayo cerita dong.
Congratulations, Bu. Kata Miss Nomi promoted.
Iya, saya dapat
Kata
ini.
Miss Nomi promoted.
Itu kata
kita
Bu
punya
Cici doang
spy.
kali.
Udah sampai ke Filipina, Bu, beritanya.
Oh gitu ya.
Udah interlokal, Bu.
Iya.
Udah terlokal ya.
Udah viral.
Oh, udah viral gitu ya.
Kalau Ibu udah ini harus.
Jadi kalau makin sibuk boleh nggak apa-apa Bu kalau mau ngurangi tugas ke kita Bu.
Siap.
Apa tuh ngurangin tugasnya? Berarti nggak ada tugas dong, Pak ya?
Iya, Ibu kan bakal sibuk sekali nanti Bu.
Oh, enggak lah. Ada yang bisa bantuin kan? Kan udah ini kan udah selesai Pak sampai dengan nanti apa namanya UTS.
Oh iya ya.
Kan udah selesai. Nah, habis ini Bapak libur deh udah sampai dengan bulan apa ya? Bulan Oktober ya. Kan udah santai. Nanti saya bikin submission-nya untuk apa namanya? Untuk yang papernya itu ini aja, UTS aja biar banyak waktu lah. Tapi biasanya semakin panjang sih biasanya tetap aja last minute kerjainnya ya.
Oh gitu.
Kan?
Itu ciri khas mahasiswa.
Last minute.
Biasanya kan kuliahnya juga last minute.
Tugas lainnya banyak, Bu. Paper 10 lembar.
Tiap minggu annotation, Bu.
Iya.
Ya itu biar merasakan kuliah gitu Bapak Ibu. Juga
Iya, Bu.
merasakan ininya rasa kuliahnya gitu lebih enak gitu kan.
Coba Bu suruh bikin paper 10 halaman Bu setiap minggu gimana nih Bu?
Hah? 10 halaman spasinya 2, fontnya berapa Pak? Fontnya 14.
Aduh, 11
Nah, Bu,
Bu.
fontnya 1, fontnya 11, spasinya
11.
1, 15. Iya.
Spasinya 1/4 udah ditentukan Bu.
Oh.
Tapi gambarnya boleh 20 sih katanya.
Oh, iya. Ya sudah cari gambar aja yang banyak kalau gitu.
Itu yang saya lakukan kemarin Bu.
Itu yang terjadi, Bu. Itu yang terjadi.
Lebih banyak ini gambarnya
Exactly
aja.
sih.
Karena di sini sudah santai Pak. Maksudnya mata kuliah saya udah nggak ada gitu kan. 1 udah nggak ada gitu.
Tapi memang siapa yang kemarin bilang ya memang minggu-minggu awal nih adaptasinya perlu sih Bu.
Iya.
Ya. Ya mudah-mudahan setelah sebulan udah lancar sih.
Panas Pak yang bilang.
Tapi
panas yang bilang ya?
Jangankan kita Bu, internetnya kita aja udah pusing Bu, sering putus Bu.
Oh,
Bener itu kata anak-anak.
Bapak pasca atau prabayar tuh, nanti kalau ada prabayar kan dapat kuota tuh.
Iya, hari ini terakhir submit loh. Yang belum itu.
Bapak Ibu ternyata banyak yang belum update ya itu datanya ya. Tadi saya apa namanya? Diminta supaya
Terakhir
Bapak
update
Ibu
loh.
segera update datanya ya. Karena
Prabayar
data
ya.
itu yang nanti ditarik ya Bapak Ibu ya. Tapi kalau ya pasca bayar mohon maaf nggak bisa ya. Saya juga pasca bayar, saya udah berharap seneng aja nih pasca bayar.
Pakai nomor lainnya nggak boleh ya? Oh, nomor yang terdaftar ya?
Iya, nomor yang terdaftar Pak.
Oh, ya udah deh.
Tapi di email kan tulisannya kalau nomornya tidak aktif atau apa kan daftar di form itu kan yang ada linknya itu kan Pak.
Iya, bisa ganti Pak sana.
Iya, jadi
saya
bisa
coba
update.
Saya coba bantu ke tempatnya Pak Wawan lah mengurangi jatah subsidi ke government lah, saya nggak apply deh.
Oh, jangan Pak, justru harus dihabisin Pak. Ini pemulihan ekonomi nasional.
Oh gitu ya, bisa expand ya Pak ya? Apa?
Betul.
Oh.
Justru malah misalkan belanja negara nih. Benar.
Tapi boleh nomor yang lain nggak nih serius nih? Kan kalau nomor yang saya daftarkan ya pasca bayar.
Pak Wawan pakai nomor anaknya kok katanya.
Enak
Apa
aja.
kayaknya.
Anak-anak juga dapat. Anak-anak
Iya,
juga dapat.
sekolah juga dapat. Benar.
Anak saya
Anak
juga
sekolah juga
dapat. Itu daripada itu ya Pak Wawan kasih kuota itu ya, lebih baik kasih mentahnya aja deh. Kalau kasih mentahnya pasti kita belanjakan.
Belanjakan Starbucks.
Kan udah Bu, buat yang gaji di bawah 5 juta.
Iya betul. Bisa buat ini nih, apa namanya, booster Starbucks nih.
Penggemar Starbucks sih Bu Sari.
Iya.
Nah, nanti mungkin ada inovasi
50.
lagi, mungkin dari Starbucks atau McD bayarnya pakai pulsa Bu atau pakai kuota. Karena banyak orang kelebihan kuota nanti.
Kayak GoPay.
Oh itu udah ada inovasi ke sana itu Pak Wawan.
Oh siap.
Tapi ini balik lagi ke perizinan kan, ini masalah keuangan kan apa dari OJK nanti. Jadi
bayar McLury pakai download Pak.
ya pulsa bisa untuk alat pembayaran, teknologinya udah ada yang mau masuk ke Indonesia. Cuman kan perlu izin atau regulasi itu.
Nanti itu
Bocorannya Ron, program berikutnya apaan?
Apa tuh?
Bocoran pemerintah, program berikutnya apaan?
Oh,
sekolah Pak, gratis uang sekolah. Gratis
subsidi
uang sekolah.
mahasiswa S2 boleh nggak?
Udah ada tuh profnya tuh.
Belum.
Belum ya?
Belum.
Itu udah ada bukanya.
Sudah.
Oke.
Connection problem.
Oh, mata Roman.
Still unmute. Hilang lagi ya?
Sorry, Prof. Naomi, we can hear your voice.
Hilang lagi nggak sih?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
now.
we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we can hear now.
Yes, Prof.
Finally.
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. I don't know what happened, but our internet connection is okay. But somewhere, I think in between Indonesia and the Philippines, the Zoom cannot get into. I think the internet is simply very weak. Thank you, Dr. Sari. Welcome to the class.
Hi, Prof. Naomi. Good afternoon.
Congratulations. Yes, you could have a big blowout tonight if I am there in Tangira. Yes. Anyway, can we proceed? We still have time. Can we proceed with the last group? Group 3, please.
Okay, Prof. Let's go, team.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this afternoon, we will discuss about how the delivery service market has transformed during the pandemic. Present by Group 3. Okay. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely changed our life. More than 10,000 stores are closing in this year so far, a number that will surely rise because pandemic. So the retailers need to change their business model to survive, from conventional to digital or online, and of course, cooperation with shipping service. Before the coronavirus, on-demand delivery business company were still figuring out, but now not anymore. With an estimate on third of the global population locked in lockdown, service the delivery, grocery, medicine, frozen food, and other basic necessities have never seen high demand. Many delivery service is struggling to cope with the crush of orders. On-demand delivery company have long said the technology allow them scale as they grow in popularity. Now, the coronavirus is giving them a chance to prove it. What caused this to happen? Because the attitude, behavior, and buying habit of consumers have changed.
Nala.
Consumer are consumer are responding to the crisis in a variety of ways. The new consumer behavior come up with 4 mega shifts: stay-at-home lifestyle, bottom of the pyramid, go virtual, and empathy society. And it's divided into 30 parts in totally, but I will explain 3 of them that greatly affect of the delivery business company. First, the fall of mobility, the rise of stay at home. More people are stuck at home and giving some delivery and e-commerce companies as an opportunity. Because of the virus, they are afraid to leave the house and ordering everything by online. In the space of month, from a luxury of the rich to the connective tissue holding much of the economy together. From the white side, online shopping will expand to other categories, especially grocery or daily routine necessity. From the deep side, the volume of purchase will increase as a stock. We can shop for necessity by online. And third, food delivery. Online food delivery service from indulgence to utility. That is it. It leads to ordering food for routine daily needs. So, hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, please continue.
Go ahead, Dara. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, next slide is going to Mbak Cici.
All right, I think I want to use some of the information. Please next, Mbak Dara.
Okay.
Before this, the rise and fall. All right. So as mentioned before, the increasing numbers of the people who stay at home is caused the biggest disruption in the behavior of the customer. So the result, as we seen on the slide before, is the rise and the fall of the some of the industry. Some of industry that rise that is courier services that becomes the biggest company today. Some of the industry that experiencing a rise is courier services, which support delivery for logistic, food, and pharmaceutical needs. Several things were covered in the inventory presentation that mentioned above. Also shown in the news that is courier services businesses. Delivery service companies are no longer limited to delivery package, but also serving for fresh food, frozen food, and delivery with special needs, such as shopping for household needs from traditional markets and groceries. The business reports, as we shown here, shown that the profits from the courier services has increased up to 400%. So recently the courier companies were the first choice of the businesses, and there are several courier services companies that have just been known or heard because the increasing of the needs of the courier services. This is like Lala Move or something that will be known as DBL or something that new and comes up with the condition today. So the next slide will be Maicha, I think. Yeah.
So here are some examples of courier services in Indonesia. There are some familiar services that we are like to use, such as Tiki, Delivery, Sei Cepat, Lion Parcel, JNE Express, Gojek and Grab, and JNT Express. I think you may hear the new one, which is called as Help and Parcel. Next. Dara, I think you need to close the screen sharing because I need to show the video. A moment.
Jumlahnya kita ketika pandemi ini ya kurang lebih 15% ya. Tapi kalau ditanya angkanya sekarang ini satu Indonesia khususnya e-commerce itu kurang lebih ada 3 juta pengiriman setiap harinya.
Pak, jadi kalau untuk 15% itu memang kenaikan lonjakannya ini selama pandemi atau memang setiap tahunnya Anda melihat trennya itu juga mengalami kenaikan, Pak?
Oh, jadi gitu, kalau kita lihat trennya setiap tahun itu ya rata-rata e-commerce itu pengiriman khusus e-commerce ya kita bahasanya itu akan ada kenaikan kurang lebih 70-80%. Tapi kalau kita bilang sekarang sebulan kenaikannya 15%, berarti kan tahunnya lebih dari angka tersebut gitu loh.
Jadi bisa dikatakan selama pandemi dan juga selama PSBB ini untuk bisnis logistik dan juga antar-antar ini kecipratan begitu keuntungannya, Pak?
Kalau kita bilang angka pengirimannya ya kecipratan meningkat, tapi kalau keuntungannya kita nggak bisa bilang seperti itu ya, kan karena kita melihat bahwa ketika pandemi itu cost yang kita keluarin itu juga ekstra. Misalnya kita bilang terhadap tim kita harus sediain ekstra masker, ekstra misalnya.
Back to the presentation, so from the video, just now the CEO of one of Korea's provider, JNT Express, stated that there are approximately 3 billion transactions done every day and about 70 to 80% increase in a month. This due to the fact that e-commerce business trends also increase. Therefore, logistics, which is part of the supply chain, is also increasing in revenue. The positive effect of this phenomenon is that the logistics have an increase in revenue, while the drawbacks, they have to expand more because the company needs to provide each of their personnel with personal protective equipment such as masks and hand sanitizer. During this PSBB, or in English we can say as a large-scale social restriction, most of business have to be closed to reduce the spread of COVID-19. However, logistic business is one of the business that get permission to operate by the government. Next. Dara, next. And the challenge during pandemic for logistic company is that they have lack access to cargo due to reduction in flight schedule. This make other courier business need to compete each other in order to be able to deliver their packages. Even though they get more revenue, they have to spend the higher cost, which is because they have to provide the personal protective equipment, as I said before. But the CEO of JNT Express say that they need to fulfill their commitment to serve the country by providing logistic domestic and internationally. And I will also share you one video about how JNT Express giving a new service during this pandemic.
JNT Express mendukung pertumbuhan e-commerce seiring meningkatnya kebutuhan jasa pengiriman di Indonesia. Kami adalah jasa pengiriman pertama yang memberikan layanan gratis jemput paket di tempat tanpa minimum jumlah dan berat paket. Layanan JNT Express mengedepankan efisiensi dan kenyamanan dengan didukung sumber daya manusia terampil dan berbasis pengembangan teknologi internet. JNT Express kami jemput di tempat.
1188.
Back to the slide. So from this video, when people are told to stay at home during the pandemic, therefore, one of JNT Express is to pick up the packages from the customers' homes. It is free of charge, and this service helps making the customer to stay at home and decrease the contact with others to prevent being infected. Next will be explained by Michael.
Interested research them during pandemic. All countries are trying to stimulate their economy to keep as much as possible of their necessary infrastructure to keep citizens productive. When logistics are stopped during this pandemic, infrastructure will be completely chaos. Once the pandemic has been overcome, in order to keep society got worse. People not only need jobs to support themselves, but also need access to products and service to provide themselves. If this infrastructure stopped during pandemic, people began to behave rudely, for example, robbing or looting each other. Countries around the globe have adopted very different systems to approach and handle the current stress on the job market and infrastructure during pandemic. Some countries have to support business in order to keep the workforce, but another country with less financial strength cannot do the same thing. For example, Indonesia government support a logistic company like GNA, GNT, and many more to hire more couriers during this pandemic. Okay, next slide. This one we will present that by...
Thank you, Mike. I will take over this slide. According to the pandemic situation, for safety concern, all the ferry service company introduced the new standard operation procedure for their business. As we can see on this slide, standard operating procedure has been established and ensure the safety of the courier and their customer. They're providing the courier delivery standard during outbreak. As it consists of face mask, cone, sanitizer, sanitized cargo, and also a safe car. The next slide, please. All right. As we know, there are some input online business using the delivery service, such as e-commerce, grocery store, pharmacies, online food, and any kind of restaurant. Those new standard operating procedure bring several extra mile services from delivery service industry or company. This is to get instruction from their customer. For example, contactless delivery, safe good or food delivery, with keep food separate to avoid cross contamination. Ensure that any wrapping and packaging used for food transport is done so that contamination of the food is prevented. They also routinely clean and sanitize coolers or insulated bags used to deliver foods or goods. And increase the frequency of cleaning and disinfecting of high-touch surfaces such as counter, tap and touchpads, and within the vehicle by wiping down surfaces using regular household cleaning spray or wipe. And establish designed pick up or drop off zones for customer to help maintain social distancing, as Claudia explained before from GNT services. They also offering donation to get empathic society from customer. And we often see they have collaboration with the third party or the online shopping for give a free delivery system for some term and condition, of course. And all the extra mile service exactly bring out the output such as customer trust, of course, and make the customer satisfaction and do they can do some repeat order. And when their customer happy, they can putting or sharing their experience using the delivery service company on the social media. It will come the free publications and increase brand engagement, of course, for those company of delivery services. And the next slide will be explained with Mr. Satria.
Thank you, Ms. Icha. Okay, now predicting lasting effect. The geographical condition of Indonesia, which has many islands, is one of the supporting factor. You know what? Indonesia is an archipelago country. Indonesia has a lot of island. That's why this is big opportunity for courier business. And opportunity for this career business are getting higher due to the rapid growth of the e-commerce sector. And then the number of internet user in Indonesia has reached 143 million people, and the number of transaction from e-commerce in Indonesia has reached, I think the total revenue around 946 trillion rupees. This data means the people are starting to tend to switch to e-commerce. In addition, and especially in pandemic, situation. And next, this is data in Indonesia. Someone who use internet activity in Indonesia, it's very unique for the number of smartphone owner who an internet connection is around 338 million smartphone who is connect to internet. Meanwhile, the top population in Indonesia around 172 million people. That means the number of smartphone owner have an internet connection is more than population. That's the average Indonesian people more than one smartphone. And then next conclusion, courier service will be sustained and increase in demand because most of aspect of instant e-commerce platform, companies and individual are using it. Online business has 400 increase in revenue. Therefore, courier is expected to increase higher. You know what? E-commerce and courier business are like two sides of a coin that cannot be separate from each other because they need each other. E-commerce and courier always support in their business. By using digital technology or phone application, courier service is easier to be accessed because it is more consistent. Therefore, people tend to choose new, easier, and convenient way compared to traditional method. And next, I think that's all the presentation for our group Prof.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Everybody did a great job making this presentation this afternoon, from Starbucks to Eat All You Can to courier service. They made a difference in our life during the time of the pandemic. And each one of us, I think, have learned a lesson from these particular presentations, that human beings will continue to strive, to innovate, to create, not only for profit margins, but primarily to respond to the environment we are in. And you actually demonstrated how businesses have risen above this catastrophe, as we can say. It's not easy. It will probably come in our once in a lifetime. And it just happens that we are the ones who are alive during this pandemic. And I think, based on projections that they have made from the scientists, that more likely the next one will be 100 years from now. Most of us will not be around by then. And we simply have to live with it. That's exactly what innovation and creativity should mean for all of us. Much more for businesses who have to strive to survive, particularly during the time of the pandemic. So with that in mind, we have still another requirement coming up. I'd like to congratulate everyone who have participated in this class. We wanted to make it more fun. Unfortunately, we also have the limitation of the distance, and we have to make do with what we have. I think we have responded to the call of online learning, and we will continue to do so in the next many months to come. Hopefully, we will soon be able to see each other face to face. But meanwhile, let's enjoy online learning, because this is an innovation that we all have to respond to. Incidentally, one of the plus sign that we can see out of this pandemic, although we were all impacted by it negatively, is that it has moved forward our ICT infrastructure, like in the Philippines, by 10 years. It has moved forward online learning in the Philippines by more than 10 years. Without this, we will never even think of doing online learning at all. So I guess there's something good always happening, no matter how negative the situation should be. And allow me to thank all of you for attending this particular class. As I mentioned, I'm still looking forward for your submission of your case study analysis report. I have given you the guidelines. Please check it out. And the notes that were sent to you were also posted in the e-learning portal, hopefully by this time by Dr. Sari. Dr. Sari is a very busy person now, but we congratulate and we're so happy with her promotion. Dr. Sari, do you want to say anything more?
Yes, on behalf of the students of MMT, we'd like to say thank you for all your sharing experience, sharing expertise, sharing knowledge to all of us. And we feel that we gain a lot of things from you. We can learn a lot of things from you. And also we hope that maybe we can still keep in touch. We can contact each other, especially when the students maybe need some suggestion or advice from you, especially maybe if they find, maybe one day they find some difficulties in writing, especially the case study or for the thesis or anything, they can contact you. I hope that we can, our cooperation will last longer, and then we will meet each other later offline, and we hope that we all safe and healthy.
Yes.
I think that's all. Maybe some students will say something to Prof. Nomi. Go ahead. If you want to say something, please go ahead. No? Okay. I think that's enough for today, for the this today's session, Prof. Nomi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sari. By the way, I'm really looking forward to further collaboration with you. I'll just send you an email. Dr. Joby and I are cooking something in relation to a possible research collaboration. But we also understand that at the moment you are still overwhelmed by the sudden influx of responsibility. So we will allow you to first do the balancing act, and when you get used to it, we'll send you some possible proposals that we can work together in terms of research collaboration. And for our students, please feel free. You can contact me in WhatsApp. My number is still the same. The same is true with my Gmail, although you will be competing with other students who will be using my Gmail account as well. At the moment, I am doing a project which involves policy research with the key officials of the Bangsamoro regional Bangsamoro government here in Mindanao, which is dominated primarily with our Muslim population. And we will be happy to connect with you later on, Dr. Sari. And these are more opportunities that are coming up. So thank you very much, especially for our students who actively participated. I know you had an information overload. It would not have been like this if it's a face-to-face. It would have been more fun with more interaction, but we have to live with the limitations. So once again, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Okay, see you. Bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Nomi, for coming for us. Thank you for your
Thank you,
patience and
Prof. Nami.
everything.
Thank you, Prof. Nomi. Thank you, Bu Sari.
Bye.
Oh, Dr. Sari, we have a picture taking first. I have no picture according to Dr. Jovi. She needs it. Can everybody please get into the webcam, please? So that also Dr. Sari can take a good photo of all of us. Please enter into the, turn on your webcam.
Miss Icha, can you turn on the video?
Oh, you have a technical support?
Getting sick.
Yeah, and the other one, yeah, okay. Okay, and Mr. Chun, can you just turn on the video just only for a moment, please?
For a moment. Dr. Sari, do you have the video of everyone now?
Yes, only one, it's okay, yeah? We just, okay. Just look at the camera, 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more, smile.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay, done.
Thank you. Dr. Sari, can you please send it to me as well, because I don't have a copy. I'm using my cell phone. It's very small.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Nami, thank you.
Okay. Stay
Bye.
healthy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I will. Do keep in touch. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yes,
Bye.
thank you, Prof. Thank you. Pawawan, satu lagu.
Konser, encore.
Oke,